Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, trick, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side damage shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, air will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and air will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering in person. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, family. All right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2. That's right, Vaughn. Dear God, please don't let me relapse, man. Vaughn, you know how big of a fool I was, man. God, please don't let me relapse, man. Oh my God, man. Not only was I possessed, I was a fool on my own. And then when I started pushing the devil's program, man, I was pushing it hard. Just said, why are you pushing God's program so hard, Clarence? Because when I was with the devil, I was pushing the devil's program. but I figure I, you know, I should push God's program twice as hard as I was pushing the devil's program. That's how I figure. Man. We all figure different, but that's the way I look at it, man. Hey, when I was a fool, I was a class A fool. Man, I'm saying I was a leader of the pack in foolishness. Um, not all on my own, but some on my own, right? But when I was with the devil's program, I was pushing the devil's program hard. But when I came back to myself by God's grace, saying, you know what, man, if I get enough strength, I'm gonna push God's program twice as hard as I was pushing the devil's program. All right, y'all. Let's get to work, man, because this is now y'all gonna have to forgive me. This is another day where I'm gonna jump right into it. We got one of our team members is gonna be out, so I want to get this in before they have to go and do some other stuff they had to do. So anyway, thank y'all for coming in and checking in on a Sunday, man. Before I check y'all in, man, let me thank Eric, brother Eric. Shout out to 16 to Life, the web page. Go over there and check out the YouTube page, 16 to Life. Check out brother Eric, man, better known as Chill. He gave us this music, not gave it to, excuse me, allowed us to use the music to start the show, man. We appreciate him for letting us do that, man. Appreciate him. Go over check his channel, man. Channel blowing up, man. Blowing up, man. Shout out to him, man. Good for him, man. All right, man. We're gonna get right to work, man. Y'all can see I got a little cold, man. Man, my granddaughter, man. She keeps bringing stuff into the house, man. And I'm like, dang, man, I can't. I get better when I'm gone, and then when I walk back in the house, man, she got some other stuff going on, man. I'm like, what's going on, girl? Girl. But she's doing better, man. She's doing better. All right. Let me see who else is in. Let's check everybody in, man, and let's get right to work, man. Because we want to find out, man, are black women truly worthy of love, man? Because man, whew, if you listen to the YouTube streets, man, they say absolutely 100% no. Black women are just to be used for sex, and that is it. That is it. Sex and procreation, and that is it. Right? Is that true? Well, let's find out, man. Let's do some reasoning behind that, man. Let's try to figure it out. All right, first on the docket, as always, man, is our resident sniper, Risa Neal. Now, let me tell you something about Risa, man. Risa is gonna be treat you real good, real nice, and everything until you make that funny move. Until you make that move, until you move sideways. So let's don't put Risa to work today, man. Risa's our resident sniper. Well, why you call her a sniper, Clarence? Because you ain't gonna see it coming, man. You're not gonna see it coming, man. She's gonna take your legs right out from under you. She's gonna take not your leg, your keyboard. She's gonna take your keyboard right out from under you, right? You ain't gonna never see it, right? And so, and you know, just let's give Risa the day off, man. Let's try to give Risa the day off, man. You know what I mean? Let her just listen to the show, enjoy the show, because I'm telling you, man, Risa is going to try to protect everybody, myself included, the chat, the people on the panel. She's going. So if she feel like she got to just preemptively strike to do that, she's going to do that, right? Now, why would Risa do something like that? Because man, today's world is so crazy, man, that man, people could come in here pretending like they're gonna do something, or they just want to get some information, and then they come out here and they'll, what do you call that? Prime bomb, or they'll, start, attacking the panelists, or attacking this person or that person. So we don't want none of that, man. Risa don't want none of that. We don't want none of that. So hey, I said before, just act like if you coming over here and you want to get some information, that's cool, no problem. But just act like you would want somebody to act if they were sitting at the dinner table with you, your wife, and your children, or your husband, and your children. Just just act like that, right? How would you want somebody to act if they came to your dinner table? Would you want them throwing food all over the place and acting a fool, or y'all passing the food the wrong way, or whatever? You don't want that, right? Okay, we just want the same thing. But Clarence, so I can't question you, Clarence. Then, of course, you can question me. Arisa gonna let you to question me as long as you ain't gonna be disrespect. See, I'm not gonna disrespect you. That's one thing that my team knows about me. I'm not going to you know disrespect you on purpose. It may be an accident because I'm just ignorant of something, but I will never disrespect you on purpose, no matter what your spiel is. Right? I'm going to question you definitely, but I'm not going to be on purpose. I'm going to disrespect you on purpose. That's not how I roll. So therefore, we're not going to let you disrespect us on purpose, right? You may say something you don't know. We got a brother from Tel Aviv, Israel. He don't know how he don't know certain American customs and certain things. We've been educating him on faux pas and stuff like that. But he just, I don't, this is me. I don't believe he's doing stuff on purpose. I think it's just the indoctrination he's been through, right? But that's why I give him a lot of space because I understand that, he ain't never been taught how to deal with us. He ain't never been taught. On what he been taught is, I'm better than you. But yet he's trying to learn. He's trying to understand that, hey, look, maybe that's not the case. You know what I mean? So I see him warring with that. But we give people space. Now I will. That ain't Risa, right? That ain't always Risa. Risa ain't always gonna give you a lot of space, man. You know what I'm saying? So and like I always say, I know what's gonna happen. You're gonna be typing and all of a sudden you out. You in limbo. You can't get in. And you're going to send me that email. Clarence, one of your mods pushed me out. Right? And I'm going to have to act like, I don't know who did it. Right? Me and the other mods. Right? Annie, Vaughn. The rest of us going to act like we don't know whose footprint is on your rear end. Right? we all know who put you out, right? But I'm gonna just ask you, hey, do you want to come back? Do you want to come back? Right? And usually when this happens, the person comes back, they have a little better attitude, better, after they see that we got somebody that'll just pull you out of the game, man. They ain't gonna give you no reason. Reason she may or may not, but typically you may not get a reason. You may not get a reason. You just gone, right? And so, man, let's just act like we all adults. We have sense, and let's act like we at least gonna be respectful of each other. We may not like each other all, but let's just act like we respect each other, man. I mean, I think that's the least we could give each other, man, without physically knowing each other, right? But shout out to Risa Neal, man. She's here, so if you come to play games, man, I'm telling you, man, this is the wrong day to play. It's the wrong day to play. But shout out to Risa. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Who else in the building? Sister Annie's in the building. Excuse me. Excuse me, Brother Clarence. What are you talking about today? Talking about the black woman today, Sister Annie. I'm saying we did a show a couple weeks ago about the rise in violence and sex assaults against black women and girls, right? It's exploding in the black community, right? So I want to go back and do something about, let's find out why this is acceptable, or how did we get to the mentality, we black men in particular got into the mentality, well, all men really, but black men in particular. How did we get into the mentality that it's okay to put your hands on black women? It's okay if a black woman resists you, then you within your right to, do some type of harm to her, or black children, right? The best way to teach black children is through violence, right? How did we get here? What do we? So we're gonna explore that. We're gonna explore that. But shout out to Sister Annie. Glad to have you in the building, sis. I don't know if Sister Annie got to run, so we gotta hurry this thing up. Who else? Who else in the building? Brother Vaughn Bryant. Brother Vaughn Bryant, man. Vaughn is one of those nicest guys in the world, right? nicest guys in the world. But as you can see, man, if you guys go over to the village, man, you can see, man, if you start messing with the Lord, oh, you're gonna see another side of Vaughn, man. You're gonna see another side of Vaughn, right? I was watching a little bit of it this morning, man. I said, ooh, ooh, ooh. And not to mention Bolo TV. Another good brother, man. This good. These are good-hearted brothers, right? But man, if you poke them the wrong way about the Lord, you're gonna see a whole other side of them, man. You're gonna see a whole other side of them. Shout out to Bolo TV. Shout out to Vaughn Bryant, man. Good to have you in the building, my brother. As always, as always. Who else is in the building? Who else is in the building, man? Let's see. I think that's everybody. Oh, we got Arshawn in the building. Shout out to Arshawn in the building, man. If you haven't already subscribed to Critically Drinking, man, get on over there and subscribe to Critically Drinking, man. Check them out, man. One of the things I like about Arshawn and his crew over there, man, is they don't just walk the line. Oh, this is trending. Let's do this. They may do that, but I mean, they do so much more other stuff, man. So shout out to, man. Go over there and check them out, man. If you can grasp different thinking, man, you can accept that. You can say, okay, I may not agree with that, but I can appreciate the fact that other people think differently, man. And this is a very smart brother, very intelligent brother, man. Go and check him and his crew out. Man, very intelligent people over there at Critically Drinking. Shout out to Arshawn. Good to see you in the building, my brother. Who else is in the building, man? Who else is in the building? We got Big Rick Slaps. Big Rick says, what it do? What it do? What it do, baby? What it do? Shout out to the Bay, man. Shout out to Big Rick Slaps. All our brothers in the Bay, man. Big brother Be Easy over there, man. Shout out to all our brothers in the Bay. Shout out to them. Who else in the building? Who else in the building? Let's see. I think Sean said sniper, no sniping. That is a Dora the Explorer reference, right? Those of y'all that don't have children, man, you don't know nothing about Dora the Explorer or Diego, right? But that is a reference to Dora the Explorer. Shout out to our shop for that one. Who else in the building, man? Big Rick said, wipe your feet before we come to the house. Hey, Big Rigs, man, I'm just trying to tell them, man. We want to have questions, man. We want to have a dialogue, but man, we got to be right, right? We got to be right, man. This ain't the place where we're going to be attacking each other. That's in particular, right? And Vaughn said, you better look out for that red dot. Yeah, Risa gonna put that red dot on your head. Well, you ain't gonna see the red dot. By the time you see the red dot, man, you typing and nothing's coming across, right? Shout out to Risa. Who else is in the building, man? Our brother Anderson the Great, man. That's another one of my Taurus brothers. We black again. Hope everybody's having a great Sunday. We are, Brother Anderson. This is a great Sunday, man. You're not in the hospital. You're not pushing up no daisy. You're not waking up in the jail cell. You know what I mean? You can anything that's going on out there, man, you can recover from it if you be honest, right? Some of y'all is out there waking up in a hotel room with some skeezer that you met the other day and something, and you sitting there saying, how am I going to explain to my wife that I didn't come home last night or answer any of my phone calls? What am I going to say? I got a suggestion. Go tell her the truth, man. But Claire, it's going to break my whole marriage up. I mean, the fact that you out there messing with skeezers out there, I mean, that's going to mess your marriage up right there, right? Eventually, it's going to catch up to you, man. So, man, I mean, if you can't see yourself, confessing yourself to God, hey, man, I did this. You can't tell God. God already know, but just saying it out of your mouth is a good start, right? Then if you continue, man, see, you could get a one-off, right? You see what God gonna do, man. God gonna bring it out. But maybe he might he might say, okay, that was a one-off. This dude, man, I'm not gonna break his marriage up. I'm not gonna let him break his marriage up over this. God might give you a pass on that one. But if you continuing in the mentality and lifestyle, bruh, same thing with you, female. You sitting on the bed trying to figure out what you're going to tell your husband and your kids. You spent the night with some pookie that you met, hanging out with your girls. God may blow your stuff up, or he may give you a chance to work it out. But if God give you that chance, man, you got to push hard. You got to push hard, man. God don't play, man. God don't play, man. He expect you to do right. And if you don't do right, man, that's on you. Whatever happens is on you. Some of y'all be saying, God's punishing me. God ain't punishing you. God already told you, if you do this, this is going to happen to you. So how am I punishing you if you already know what the end result of this is going to be? It just ain't happened to you right away. And then when it do happen to you, you're like, oh, I'm being punished. When did God say, I'm going to punish you for doing this? You know it's going to happen. But we got to be smart, man. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered. Black Man Unfiltered said, Bro Clarence, I'm going to make you a fire intro for your show with the 16 to life music you play every show. I got you. Okay, Black Man. I appreciate that, man. Appreciate you. If you guys get a chance, go to the shout out. Go check out Black Man Unfiltered, man. You can subscribe to him and go check him out, man. When you like every show that he got, man, he got a lot of different shows over there. I don't know, but get a brother a chance, man. We give everybody else a chance. Why don't we give each other a chance, right? Say, I don't like this show, Black Man, but I like this show. I don't like that one, but I like this one. Go over there and check him out, man. Solid dude, you know what I'm saying? You know, he approaches a lot of stuff from a different angle, but you know, solid cat, man. Solid cat. I can't argue with a family man. I can't take down a family man. He's a family man, right? And that's what we need in this community. We may not agree on how to structure. I structure my family this way. He structured his family that okay. But the fact that he's a family man, you got to give him that. You got to give a person the fact if they're a family man and they care about their family. That to me, that's worth a bag of gold right there. So, you know, even if I disagree with some things, that's worth a bag of gold with me. Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered, man. You guys get a chance, get on over there and check out Black Man Unfiltered Network. Who else in the building? Brother Anderson said, Risa, hey, I'm gonna tell y'all about Brother Anderson and Sister Annie. They are both Tauruses. I do not mess with those Tauruses. I don't. I know that a Taurus could snap on you just like that, right? Sister Annie can snap on you just like that. Brother Anderson can snap on you just like that because they're the nicest people in the world. Tauruses are the nicest people in the world. How you know, Clarence? Because I'm a Taurus. I know already how they can just be so nice and you do something, man. And once they flip around and you don't think you had a tornado, you let a tornado loose in your house, man. But shout out to the Tauruses, man. Good to see you. Our month is coming up, y'all. So we got to be good, man. We got to be good. Sister Annie says tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, I think we got enough time. All right, let's see. That'd be 6 my time. Okay, yeah, man, we should be in and out of here by then. Way in and out of here by then. Let's see who else in the building. Sam Likely say, hey, Dust, as always, right? Shout out to Scam Likely show. If you get a chance, get on over there, check out the Scam Likely show, man. Good dude, man. Solid dude, man. Solid dude. Who else in the building? Let's see. Scorched Earth. Hey, man, Scorched Earth. I saw you last night on the Village, man. Or this morning on the Village. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. Glad to have you in the building, Scorched Earth. Good to see you. As always. What's in the building? My sister, OG Patrice, the executive producer, man. She been out there, man, dancing on stage or whatever they do on stage, right? Shout out to Patrice, man. Good to see you in the building, Patrice. She's out there dancing around, rehearsing, man, for the big plays she's doing out there, man, right? She ain't got time to fuss at me. Shout out to Patrice, man. Good to see you as always, sis. Who else in the building? Scorcher said, tell her because she wasn't being a skeezer at home. Ay. Who else in the building, y'all? Black man said, if she tell him she needs a mediator, holy smokes. Black man, I feel saying we on 7 days a week. Good for you, man. Glad to see that as always, man. All right, y'all. I think that we checked everybody in that wants to be checked in right now, man. We got to get right to work. Y'all. Okay. Uh, what are black women worthy of love? Are they worthy of love? It seems as though every other woman on this planet is worthy of love except black women. So I want to look at that one. Why are black women viewed in this way where uh, other women are looked at as uh, violence when they when other women present resistance to what a man is saying, um, violence is looked at as the very last option to relay or get or to try to create compliance, right? Whereas it's the reverse in the black community, whereas black women, shout to Vagoda, by the way, the black women in America are is considered that's what you should do is use violence to create compliance, right? Like the police, right? When you don't do something that the police say, they use violence to create compliance, right? Well, that's how black men think about black women. A lot of us, not all of us, obviously, right? Obviously, I'm going to be generalizing because I have to generalize some things. But that's how we are looked at. That's how black men, in a lot of cases, look at black women, and it is acceptable. It's not looked at as, oh my gosh, this is our sister, this is our mother, this is our daughter, right? Every now and then you'll see men, will take up for their daughters. But it's getting to be a really ugly situation. But the question is, why? How do we get this mentality, right? Vaughn said black women are misrepresented by other black women. They are, but they're more misrepresented by, in my opinion, Vaughn, in my opinion, they're more misrepresented by a false narrative that is being constantly promoted. Let me tell you what I'm talking about. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me show you what I'm talking about, Vaughn. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. I thought I had it. What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? Okay. Let's do this. Let's see. All right, yeah. Let me just show you this. Let me show you the kind of social media stuff that black women are being involved with, and what they're doing is they are, in my opinion, doing this stuff and not understanding the impact of. Shout out to Arshawn, the impact over the intention, right? In my opinion, they're intending to just be entertaining to people, but they don't understand the impact and how they're being um, funneled into this type of behavior. All right. I will be dropping the link, Black Man, and just give me about a half an hour or so because I got to set up the situation. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let me show you how black women are being portrayed in social media. If you got kids in the room, might want to put the kids out. All right, y'all. I think y'all got the understanding that black men say ain't nobody forcing them to do anything. No, 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 no. I'm not saying that, black man, but let me get to this. Well, here's the thing, black man. I tell you what I'll do. Let me because this is a conversation you and I could just have. I don't want the whole public in right now. So let me send you a link real quick to your email. And let's see. All right, black man, I sent you a link. And that's for you. That's for you. We go to say why that stopped the video. We go to because we trying to make a point here. All right. Now, what kind of now? Okay, okay, black man. What kind of image does this promote? Now, I just showed you one video. There's thousands of videos of black women doing this type of thing, right? And really, there's a lot of different women doing this stuff, right? But the perception is very unique when it comes to black women. Now, why? What does this promote? What do men think when they see this? And they look and they go and they see uh this girl, man. Golly. This girl. I know you're gonna tell me. You didn't send me a text. I sent you a text, Patrice. Well, let me see what Patrice is talking. Let me see. All right, hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that, Patrice. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. Definitely. We're going to do that. So don't trip. And this is some boy. We're gonna do that. All right. Okay. But what do men think when they see black women engaged in stuff like this? I mean, because they can see other women doing this kind of stuff, and they feel like, hey, they're just being, youthful, or they're just entertaining or whatever, right? But when you see black women doing this, they get the assumption that black women are serious. They are just waiting to be sex violated. They're waiting to be violated. They're waiting to be taken advantage of. They're waiting to be, attacked, mauled, and if they can get their hand on your wallet, that's what the thinking process for most men is when they see black women doing this kind of stuff. Now, unfortunately, there's black women that don't do this kind of stuff publicly that get lumped in with the ones that do, right? It's just like me. I'm a black man, right? I don't steal. I don't violate people. I don't do, but I get lumped in if I'm out there and I go someplace where, people have an adverse opinion of black people. I'm gonna get lumped in with with what their perception of black people is, right? Even though I don't do any of that stuff, right? I don't do any of that stuff, but I'm gonna get lumped in. It's unfair. So we have to work on how do we gonna create and how we gonna control the perceptions that are being put out, because you got places like certain, I'm not gonna name no names, but you got social media platforms that they encourage this kind of behavior from black women. They encourage it. The television shows, they encourage it. I was watching Judge Mathis one day, and man said that man got caught cheating. And a woman said, and they asked the woman, well, if you would have caught him, if you would have been right there, what would you have done? She said, I would have deleted him and her. And the crowd went, yay, 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 yeah, they was clapping. They thought it was funny. Can you imagine if a man said, if I would have caught her doing that, I would have deleted him and her? It would have been a gasp. It would have been a collective gasp. Oh my God, right? But I'm trying to show you how Black women are encouraged to be violent. They are encouraged to be uh, 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 not logical. They are control. They're encouraged to be very highly emotional. It's a sad situation. Brother Trey said, shout to Trey first. Trey said, Brother Clarence, this is the black woman's real life, and they are playing it out in real time. The sisters are promoting themselves in a life of freak nasty. I understand that. Some of our sisters are, Trey. I agree with you on that. But why? See? Why? Who's behind? Who's behind it? See, there's a hidden hand behind this, what you looking at. You think you looking at this person acting on their own understanding, and they're not. There's some hidden hands back here. And that's what I'm trying to get to. See, a lot of us as black men, we say, look at her. I'm sure a black man, when he come up here, he's going to say, look at her. No, it's all them, right? No. In my opinion, it's not. Because they have been they have been encouraged to be this way. Why? Because the reality is that most of America, they look to black people for entertainment, right? Because we do things so much more differently than everyone else on almost every level. We do almost everything level. We sing different. We dance different. We move different. We talk different. We vibrate different. We greet each other different. We do almost everything differently, right? So the world looks at us for entertainment. Hey, what's the cool thing going on now? I don't know. Let's go look at TikTok, or let's go to YouTube and see what the black people are doing now, right? Because we so silly. We tell our whole everything, right? This is what I'm doing. This is how we doing everything. This is how we doing it, and we give the whole thing up. And then we get mad when we see everybody else doing it. We say, "Oh man, they got that off us." Well, you showed everything. One thing, if we could get black people to stop thinking that they gotta show everybody everything. But that's another talk. That's another talk. Shout out to Bolo TV in the Village, man. I saw you this morning, what you was doing earlier. Ah, man. You know what, Brother Bolo? What you were saying was making sense to me, but I don't think the Brother Hybris was I don't think he was catching what you was throwing, man. But God bless you, man, for dealing like that. Oh man. Black Man and Puzzle said they white daddy is behind it. Well, they are. I would say the white daddy. Let me say it this way. I would say the white tribal supremacists, right? The white tribal supremacists are definitely behind it. They're the ones that's making money off of it. I mean, because listen, if you took black people off of World Star, if you took them off of YouTube, if you took them off of all these social media, Facebook, all those they would die. These 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 social media platforms would die. Black people are really the we are such extraordinary people, man, that the world looks to us for any type of coolness, any type of vibration, and they look into us. I'm gonna tell you something. They look into us to see how to get close to the Lord. They look into us. They look into us because they know we have an end. They know we have an end, right? But that's a whole nother conversation, right? That's a whole nother conversation. Why do black women do this stuff? Why do they do that? We're gonna ask that question. We're gonna answer that question, man. We're gonna answer that question. Um, let's see who's up here. Uh, Trey said the why is their desire to be free and liberated according to the powers that be, who continue to preach separation of the black family. I agree with you, Trey. See, that's the thing. But the question is, where did they get this desire to be free from the traditional responsibilities involved in having a family, right? Where did the black woman get that? Right? Now, some say, hey, feminism came. Feminism came and feminism brought this disconnect, right? They I don't say they brought it, but they provided a methodology whereby they could actually obtain this freedom from the responsibility to traditional responsibilities involved with family, right? Some would say that. I think that's partly true. That's partly true. But what it really boils down to is the values that our sisters have been given, right? Because now they're being told, well, if you want to be in a traditional marriage where you're doing certain things like cooking and cleaning, and the man is going out to work, you are a prisoner, you a slave, right? That's what the feminist movement has told them, right? And we have a way out for you. Follow this guidance, especially in the college institutions, right? The college institutions, they tell our sisters, hey, you don't have to do it, right? Meanwhile, the other races like white and Latino and other Asians and other, they are not only pursuing an education, but they already have the instilled value system of traditional families inside of them, and they are ready to any time secure that situation. So they go through college, they might meet somebody, and then they might after college settle down and try to pursue that, right? Whereas what a lot of our sisters are being told, wait, wait, you know what I mean? Wait. You know what I mean? You got everything that they want. So just wait. Wait until the right man comes along, right? And that's true. You should wait for the right man to come along. But, well, put it like this, you should wait for the right man. But the right man ain't coming along. Why? Because there's so many free women, so many single women out here that the right man might get caught up. This is what I try to tell women. Hey, listen, in today's world, if you waiting for a man to step to you, that you can't see. There was a time when you could be in a church and you wait for the right man to walk through those doors, and then he see you, you see him, y'all connect, and then y'all could. That was a time where that made sense because all these women it wasn't so many single women out here. Now it's unbelievable how many single women are out here. If you waiting on a good man, you can't wait on a good man no more. That's why do you think white women, I told y'all, man, why do you think white women do this? White women go and volunteer in the medical building. Oh, you need somebody to act like they sick? Oh, okay, they go into the law building and they volunteer. I'll grade papers. Why? Because they want to be around the type of men that they want to meet. Not to say that all lawyers and all doctors are good people, but they'll ferret out the one they want. At a point in life where they can put a soft net around that man and then show him why they're going to be a benefit to him. Where the average black woman is not being told that they should be a benefit. They're being told they should be a extremely heavy burden that doesn't bring no benefit except for her beauty appearance to the mix, right? Trey said, preacher's message too. Trey also said, women and fathers tell their daughters to wait for marriage. Get your own first. No, I wouldn't tell my granddaughter that. What I would tell my granddaughter is be places where good dudes go, and try to find you one. Because the time where you could wait and sit around and say, I'm gonna just sit in the church. I'm gonna go to church every year, every day. And no, even if you sit in the church, The more aggressive women in the church are going to get that dude. You can't sit and wait no more, right? The sexual marketplace has gotten so crazy that if you wait and sit back, you're going to get passed over by good men. It's okay to get passed over by bad men, but now you're going to get passed over by good men. And then you're going to make a desperate move and try to make something work with somebody that you shouldn't have never gotten in a situation with. Right? We see this happens all the time. But what do I know? Let me let somebody talk that know what they're talking about, right? Brother Bolo.
Yes, sir.
What's going on with you, sir?
I'm good. Lord gave me another day to get it right. How you doing, sir? How's the family?
I'm doing fine, man. Same to you. I hope the family is doing way well. You know, I saw you last night. Well, I saw you this morning. Let me tell y'all, if y'all don't know that God had got his hand on this brother right here, go look at his last live stream, man. But hey, man, let me get you to this situation that we got going on here, man.
Yes.
What is your observation of this situation that I've been speaking of? Shout out to Charles Keys, by the way. What is your observation of this situation? Why is it the way it is from your perspective?
Nobody wants to be patient. You know, nobody wants to wait and work on themselves to get what they need opposed to what they want. Because again, you know, when you're 18, 19, 20 years old, you're going to have a totally different thought process or different standing than when you're 25, 30.
Agreed.
So, you know, no one is taking the time to have a relationship with the Father, mostly have a relationship with themselves and get to know who they are and what their needs are, because everyone's needs is different. And there's just no patience, you know. Everyone is on their time. No one is on God's, right? And you know, one of the things that I say is the most important in prayer, it's not the prayer itself, it's waiting for the answer. You know, everyone is on that, you know, if God don't get back to me in 10 minutes, I'm going to handle my business and do what I need to do because he needs to catch up. And when you make that mistake and you make that decision, well, not, you know, everyone blames everyone else but themselves. You know, there was a study done and they took fleas, and, you know, fleas can jump, you know, about a foot up into the air. So what they did was they put fleas into a canister and they put a roof, a ceiling, so that the fleas couldn't jump that high. So what happened is the next generation of fleas couldn't jump that high because they were taught not to jump that high because of the fleas prior. And this is what's being done. The ceiling is being lowered. You know, and it's being lowered by the generation prior. You know? Yeah, that's my take on it.
Okay, brother, because our black women
I gotta step away for 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead. All right, so let me finish what I was saying. We're talking about black women, right? Now, I'm discussing how many of them are getting left out of the sexual selection marketplace, and they're having to deal with what's left on the table, right? And I'm suggesting that some of our sisters, not all. Now, of course, I'm not. I have to generalize because I'm talking, but Trey Ferg said, "Shout to the crack here." Yeah, man. I mean, it's all type of different things that's going on that have got us to this point. But the worst thing, in my opinion, is the thought that black women are. It's okay to be violent with them. It's okay to be violent with, and then them thinking that it's okay to be promiscuous and be, you know, it's one thing to be promiscuous on the low, right? Remember back in the day, Trey, you know what I'm saying? It was girls that had a like church facade, right? But You know what I'm saying? When you got to know them, you saw how, man, they was on it like that, right? But at least they tried to have you know, some decorum in the public, right? Now, man, we willing to show our behinds in the public. And for what? For what? See, this is a mental and psychological problem that we are trying to just say, stop it. See, some of our people just say, it's like going to a crack addict and saying, just stop it. Just stop using drugs. It's stupid. You ain't got no teeth. You ain't got no money. You sleeping on the street. Just stop it. See, but you're trying to be logical with somebody who's in an illogical thought process. Their mind works in an illogical fashion, right? You can't. It's like they go to these chomos and say, "Just stop it," or they stop them on the street and they say they catch them, right, and they say, "Why did you do this? What's going?" And they try to shame them. You can only shame somebody that's in their right mind. You can't shame somebody that's not in their right mind. Our family's been hit over the head and left on the side of the road for dead. They got amnesia. Our sisters don't remember who they are. They don't remember. And those of us that do know who she is, we trying to educate her. And it's a hard road. It's a hard road. Trey said, a lady in the streets freaking the sheets. That was your mother, grandmother's of old. Yeah, man, everybody kept their stuff on the low, right? But now we out here in the public, man. And I'm not just talking about the sisters, man, the brothers too, right? Even if you was somewhere, man, and a dude was planning on robbing a store, he saw you as a little kid, he would say, go to school. You know, even the robber would say, go to school, go get you an education, go do this, go. You know, he would encourage you to. Now today, we ain't got no we have no boundaries of our wickedness. We have no boundaries of our wickedness. And so the world, since we do everything different, we even put what do you call that? A fanciness to wickedness, right? We even do wickedness our own way. And the world will look at us all to see, man, how low can they really go? How low can they really go? I was just watching a thing the other day, man, where young brother dating this sister, and they was both young. The sister was just about to go to I think she was about to graduate from nursing school. And she just realized, man, this relationship she was having with this young brother wasn't working. I think she's about 25, he was 19. And she just realized, hey man, this ain't working for me. I'm I'm you know, I'm around other kind of people and I'm getting some other idea uh, information in my head and I realize this is not a good relationship, right? So she tried to break it off with him. And young brother wasn't having it. So what the young brother do? She went and got a what do you call that? Restraining order on the dude. She went and got a restraining order on the dude. And the dude got put in jail for breaking a restraining order. They held him for about maybe 5 or 6 hours. They released him on bond. He went out, and what did he do? He went and found where the sister was, deleted her, and deleted himself. What's going on? What's going on? We was never doing stuff like this before. What's going on? Why is this increasing? Right? Why is this kind of stuff increasing? Trey said, who teaches children behavior? Who says it's okay to be free and do your own thing? Bruh, let's be real about it. The woman, most cases, is gonna teach what the man what the man sets up the boundaries around her to teach. But the problem is, if there's no man there to put the boundaries there, she's gonna teach whatever. And some women are gonna teach whatever, even if there's a man there. I rode my bike the other day. I rode my bike way up here to San Pedro in Point Fermin. I rode my bike up there. So some of the way is some hills. So I ride the bus on with the hilly part. I'll ride the bus on, right? And so I saw this man, I saw this woman, child, and a man get on the bus. Right? There's a Target right not too far. So they got on the bus. And he was compared to her, he was a good-looking young man. She was, let's just say she wasn't in her best shape. I could see that. She had just had a baby. She wasn't in her best shape. Well, not just had a baby. She was about, her baby looked like about maybe 2 years, 15 months, right? But the point is, just looking at it, he could have did a lot better. But he was so he was not, I would say submissive, but he was just so you know, what's the word they use, man? Simpish. He had all these bags in his hand. She sat down. The woman and the baby sat down. He was trying to find a seat. He had all these bags. He tried to hand her the bags. She said, just go sit down. Right? She said, just go sit down. I said to myself, wow. You look like a good, hardworking dude, man. Right? You look like a good, hardworking dude. Took his child. He had no car, but he took his child and his woman to Target to get some stuff. He had a whole bunch of bags. But that's the kind of attitude the good dudes get. Good dudes get those type of attitudes. Whereas the Pookies and the Ray Rays, man. But why? Why? See? Charles said the line in the sand is father or no father. Well, I'm not going to say that's the end all be all, but that definitely helps. That definitely helps to have the father involved. I would agree with that. I'm not saying it's a lock, because some of these fathers didn't have no father and they don't know how to be fathers, and they just living sending a woman out to work every day, right? That's another problem in the Black community, is a pimp culture. I'm gonna pimp this woman. I'm a man because I can pimp this woman and send her out to work every day, and I can sit home playing video games and barely feeding these kids, right? That's a whole nother issue, man. We got so many issues. Like, people tell me, man, when I say young black men have they have unique issues. You know what people say? They tell me, oh no, you know what? No, they say, Clarence, you shouldn't say that. We all have the same issues. Yeah, we do have some of the same issues, but black men, because we have been taught for 400 years that morality wasn't anything that we needed to have in our arsenal, right? Why? Because you don't need morality if you're a slave. What does a slave need with morality? You may be asked to do something that's against your principles, but your survival will demand that you comply. Y'all didn't get that one. Let me tell you again. As a slave, you may be asked to do something. That's why you don't need no morality as a slave. There is no morality. So you've been running around here for 400 years with no morality, no morals, because you can't have it. Your survival depends on the fact that you have no morals, right? If you're a man and you have a daughter that is a slave, you're a slave and your daughter's a slave, 6-year-old, 4 years old, 5 years old, and the master sends for that 4-year-old, 5-year-old to go up to the big house. You know why that girl is going up to the big house, but what can you do about it? You're in a precarious position, because if you do something about it, you may lose your life. Is that going to stop the master from taking her up to the big house? You might be better served by just allowing that to happen and then trying to decompress her when she comes back, if she come back. These are things we had to deal with, and it's been generational. We have been taught, we as black people have been taught. Okay, all right, I see, Bolo. We have been taught that serving this society is better for our survival, to comply, even with the immorality that's going on. Is better for us to comply than to resist the wickedness of this society. Is it just me? Let me ask Bolo, man. What do you think, man? What do you think?
No, it's not just you. No, definitely not you. Again, this is why God tells us, to be in the world but not of it. Right?
Agreed.
Render unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar, but render unto God what belongs to God. You belong to God. So, we have to participate in certain things like going to work, showing your license when you get stopped, things of that nature. So you're 100% correct. And again, it goes back to that flea thing, right? Each generation's bar gets lowered. And now we're stuck with bet twerking videos in 2022, 2023. It goes into the ego again. The ego is very important. I was clenching my hands as you were saying what you were saying pertaining to the slave and your daughter going to the big house.
Can you imagine
that, brother? The oh my God, the humility and the self-control that is needed. The patience that's needed. And when you listen to the slaves, what would they, someday, this is not going to be the way it is. Someday we're going to be free, right? And in that day where we are free, our women are running to the big house to have sex.
Well, why? That's the question, Bolo. Why?
Socially conditioned to think that their worth is in their body.
Agreed.
In their mind.
Agreed, with a capital A. Agreed.
Not in their mind and what they bring to the table. This is why, when you ask, nowadays you ask them, what do you bring to the table? A lot of the times I'm beautiful.
Right.
It's like beauty fails at times, right? Yeah. God forbid you get into an accident or we getting older. So what happens if it's tantamount to leading with your wallet.
Yeah.
Same thing, leading with your beauty. If that's what you're leading with, and that's what your relationship is based on, and that's what you're leading with, then you have to maintain that. The same way if a man leads with his wallet and he sets that bar, you have to maintain that. Because God forbid if you lose it, the foundation that you're setting when you meet this woman, if it's based on bread and you cannot maintain that, because as you get older, your body starts to fail. You're going to retire sooner or later. So you're not going to be that breadwinner the way you used to be. Then what happens? Right? So now she's looking for another breadwinner because this is the bar you set. And it's the same thing with the woman. If you don't lead with your mind and what you bring as far as values and multiplying and your femininity and most of all God-fearing and being a helpmate, if these are not the things that you're leading with, but you're leading with how good you look, what do you think? He's not going to search for nothing further. So again, it goes to putting that roof on top of that flea. Although he can jump a foot, if you put it 6 inches, you're training him not to jump that foot. And sooner or later, when you take that roof, he's going to be so conditioned to just jumping a foot that he's not going to look to you for what he needs as far as mentally, spiritually, and emotionally. He's going to look to that other woman that comes with more than that opposed to you because you socially conditioned him to look at you just as meat opposed to looking at you as bone of his bone and flesh of his flesh.
Yeah, brother. I see, but the thing is, it's hard to combat that because when, like you said, when that door opened to try to be um, accepted by the society, the first way they accepted black women is as entertainers, right? They really wasn't accepting a black woman that was, because remember, we were maids, scrub women, uh, the sisterhood was doing whatever they had to do, right? Working for Miss Minnie, doing whatever, right? So they wasn't out there, or every once in a blue moon, there was a entertainer, right? There was a Ella Fitzgerald. There was what's that one sister that went to France? I forgot her name. But Sister Annie will tell me. But is it this the sister that had all these problems over here in America, and she went to France. So she went to France, but she was an entertainer out here. Oh, I forgot this sister's name. But anyway, I want to get to, because there's a lot of different issues, right? Now we have the issue of her value, right? The value of a woman, right? How valuable is a woman, a black woman? How valuable is she? And how does she see herself? What is she looking for in value? Josephine Baker, thank you. Exactly what I was talking about, Vaughn. Thank you, Josephine Baker. How do you see your value? I mean, as a woman, right? These women, they like you said, they see their value in their bodies, right? And their beauty appearance. Okay. With that being said, another message that's being sent out there, shout out to Maxine Waters, is that they have their strength is in their promiscuity. You didn't hear me. You didn't hear me, brother. Their strength is is in their promiscuity, right? Meaning that there was a time where women understood that they should be very selective with who they engage sexually with, right? There was a time where women understood that, because men really aren't going to value the fact that you have had a lot of sexual encounters with different men. Men are not going to look at that as appealing, right? But in today's marketplace, our sisters are being told, shout out to Cardi B, shout out to Megan Thee Stallion, and shout out to Representative Maxine Waters, who said, she said this on her own, that the WAP song was showing strength, right? Okay, so let's talk about these. Is promiscuity really showing strength? Now, right now, we're gonna look at a woman that's going to say that she has a very high body count, would be considered very high for a woman, right? What would consider high for any human being, but very high for a woman. Now, my question is, what does she think is going to happen at a certain point? Now, if you want to be alone and you're okay with being alone, that's, hey, bombs away, right? But let's just see how the perception of some of our sisters is about these body counts.
7. I'm 24 and I'm from DC. My body count is 92. My sister. If you could guess a number, what number would you say?
Am I being recorded?
You all been recorded. But you can tell the truth. You can tell the truth.
Maybe in the 40s or the 50s.
Okay. I don't know if you heard that, but I'm gonna say, Vaughn, WAP does not stand for worship and praise. When Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion are singing it, it does not stand for worship and praise. No, it does not stand. It does not stand for what about peace, right? But anyway, so you guys heard the sister. You guys heard the sister, and the sister said, "Hey, my body count is 92. 92. Holy smokes!" Before I let you get into that, Bolo, let's have Black Man Unfiltered come on and give his opening statements. What do you think, Black Man Unfiltered? Black women truly unworthy of love?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I came here to be. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
I came here to be brutally honest today.
Okay.
I came here to be unfiltered today.
Okay.
And I think that the majority of women today are trying to get the bag. They want the bag, and they'll do anything to get it.
Okay.
Look at what we're looking at now. Every Instagram page right now. X, which is formerly Twitter. You can scroll down your Twitter feed and you will run into a woman with a penis in her hand or a woman butt naked dancing in front of the camera.
Wow.
So it's not even good for the kids to even be on that anymore because Elon Musk took over and said, listen, this is freedom of speech. Anything you want to put on this platform, you're able to do it.
Okay.
And so now, even on that, kids being on that is horrible. But I think that what Black women have done, they've established themselves as sex symbols, and they're using sex to do anything. There are women who, and us being in this YouTube world where we have shows and we do research, we have to look at some of the women who promote it. There are women out here who promote the how can I say it? What is it? The I can't say the P word, but the orange channels, women
Okay.
who do the OnlyFans, who take the links off OnlyFans and put them in Twitter feeds and put them in Facebook feeds for people to follow other people. And you click on the feed, you'll see nothing but sex, nothing but women butt naked dancing in front of the camera. So I think that right now, the majority of those women are trash. And I think the minority of women who are not trash, who want to be good women, who want to be wives, who want to be great in the community, their voices are not loud enough because the women who are doing bad are giving more than the women who are doing good, if that makes sense.
Okay. So my question to you is, how did we get there? How did we get here? What
Sexual
is going
liberation.
on now that's causing this stuff to happen, where Black women are perceiving themselves as just only valuable through their looks and appearance? Black man? Shout out to Chicago Rilla. Glad to have you in the building, brother. Okay, until Black man comes.
Can you hear me?
Oh, now we can. Okay.
Yeah, sexual liberation. When even I'm not even gonna just put it on Black people. You remember Woodstock?
Yes.
Yeah. If they did a documentary on Woodstock and they had cameras like they do today, what would you see? Sexual liberated women. I work with a white woman who said her mom went to Woodstock and she said she said her mom told her it was women out there that would just walk up to a man and grab him and lay on the ground and just let him have his way because they felt like they could just do it. They felt free. They felt like they could just give it up. She said, her mom said she saw men and women in the mud, high, drunk, throwing up on each other, just sexual. Everything was just sexual, And now on the 25th of this month, now you got a Freaknik documentary coming out, which is going to expose a lot of women who portrayed themselves to be great women who have been out there in those streets giving that thing up. So I think that when that sexual liberation came and these women started saying, yes, we're feminists. Yes, women, your vagina is yours and no man can control it. And you can give it to whoever you want to give it to, ladies. Put your hands together. Let's go. Give that thing away. And what happened after that is what we're getting now. Women, you can't tell them nothing, baby. You shouldn't be on the OnlyFans. Huh? I'm making $2,500 a day. You think I'm finna listen to what you're saying? I'm making more. I'm shaking my ass and making more than you going to a facility, going to a warehouse, going to a 9 to 5. You think I'm going to go out and get a job when I can use my body parts to make money? That's where we are today. I
Okay.
think that's why it's like that. Sexual
Okay.
liberation.
I agree with the sexual liberation, but here's the thing here's my issue. Okay, so white people have this sexual liberation, as well as black people are exposed to this sexual liberation, but the violence against white women is not exploding as it is the violence against black women. How would you explain that violence that's and the bad relationships? How would you account for that spike in the number when we've both been exposed to this sexual liberation? Black man, you there? Shout out to the Great Pill Podcast too, by the way. Yeah, let me drop the link, man. Let me drop the link because maybe one of you guys can, if you guys agree with Black Man or you agree with me or you agree with Bolo, you guys can come up here. Great Pill Podcast says a woman randomly grabbing men's body parts isn't sexual liberation. I agree with you, Great Pill. But it used to be, Great Pill used to be a lot of stuff used to be okay for a woman to do it. It's just not okay for a man to do it, right? That's the issue. But hey, man, there's the link up there. You guys want to come up here and say something about it because we ain't gonna be up here long. But let me get my brother Bolo in here and see what brother Bolo has to say. If you agree with Black Man or has some agree with him at some point, or has a whole different view of the situation. Brother Bolo, you there?
I am here, sir.
Okay, brother. Well, what do you think?
Well, again, it all of this goes into the lack of obedience to God.
Agreed.
That's where it starts from.
Agreed.
And we tend to give all of these different breakdowns, and the cats is up at night in their laboratories trying to figure it out. It's not hard. It's real simple. Man's disobedience to God is what we have today, right? It's the morality of man versus the morality and obedience to God. Man wants to do what they want to do, so since the topic is women, they want to do what they want to do. They are not taught to be patient. We have to understand, again, this is not something that has happened overnight. This is not something that has happened overnight. This is the degradation and the degrading of a people that has happened over hundreds of years. A thought
Agreed.
process, a systematic attack, right? Because again, you have white women that do the same thing as black women, but white women aren't as outlandish in most situations as black women are, right? So why?
Okay. Stop right there, Bolo. Stop right there. Why? What's going on?
Because
that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of. What is going on?
We're taught to go out there and perform. That's what we're taught.
Good point.
We're good to perform, right? Whether it's music, whether it's basketball, whether it's football, whether it's YouTube, whether it's OnlyFans, whatever it is, our endeavors are taught to shoot low. You don't have that many black men, black women, Hispanic men, Hispanic women, or Native men and women that are taught to say, let's be doctors, let's be lawyers, let's be engineers, let's be this, let's be that. You don't have that, as a majority, right? It's a minority, unfortunately. We're taught to go get the bag. We're taught to go out there and get that money. You know what I'm saying? So how you feel, and we was talking about this last night, how you feel affects how you see. So if you don't see taking the time to invest in yourself, you're going to go out there and say, let me go get this real quick, and don't understand that, if you don't invest in yourself, we're dealing with longevity. That quick life don't last long. That quick money don't last long.
Agreed.
Seldomly do you find people that have lasted long in the drug game. There's no retirement plan in that. So,
Yeah.
this young lady here is not thinking. First of all, she doesn't have no self worth. There's no self worth, right?
Why do you say that? Why do you say that?
Because one of the greatest things you can give a man is you.
Agreed.
Okay, and you've given yourself to 94 men.
92.
Oh, excuse me, 92. You've
Yeah.
given yourself over to 92, and you're braggadocious about it. You ain't got a filter on your face. You ain't got none of that. You're sitting here and on TV saying, "I've given myself over to 94 to 92 dudes." At least the girl on the phone, you don't know who that is. She can lie, but
No, the girl on the phone was the sister.
that's even
So
worse.
they was asking the sister after she said that she'd been with 92 men. They was asking the sister, "What do you think her body count is?"
Oh, okay. So it's this here is in posterity forever. You know what I'm saying? So any man of value, and I'm not talking because everyone keeps thinking about a high value man. When they say high value, you're talking about money. Because you're a high value man doesn't mean you're a man of value, right? Of high value. So we have to
That's a good
understand
point.
the difference. So this is what what is all boggled down to: money. And the love of money is the root to evil. It's not money, because money is a defense, the Bible says. But the love of money, when you're willing to degrade yourself, when you're willing to compromise your morality, compromise your character for money, what does that say about you? What does that say about you? It says a whole lot. You know what I'm saying? So, we have to start going back into teaching self-worth, being
Yeah.
patient. It doesn't make it a bad thing to be patient. Take your time to find your man. Don't be so quick to run out there and want to give, your cookies over to a dude. Take your
Yeah.
time to understand who he is. The same way we tell men to ask the most important questions, it's the same way we must tell women, ask the questions.
Yeah.
Because the most important decision that you're going to make, the second most important decision you're going to make besides having God as your, Christ as your Lord and Savior, is the husband you pick.
Yeah.
So take your time, because understand, submission means you give your life over to his direction. You dig what
Yeah.
I'm saying? So you have to make sure you pick correct.
All right, man. Appreciate that. Let's get Pagoda, get some opening statements, and then let's go back to Black Man Unfiltered. I'm sure he has a response for that. Pagoda. Pagoda. I guess Pagoda went to go make a sandwich or something. Let's go straight to Black Man Unfiltered. Black Man, you there?
Yes, sir. Can y'all hear me good?
We can hear you fine, brother. You have a
All
response for
right.
what Bolo was saying?
Yeah. And I got the utmost respect for Bolo. He knows that he's my brother. I love him to death. I would have to respectfully disagree on some of what he said.
Okay.
He said that we have to get back to teaching self-worth, which
You
is an
disagree with that?
amazing. No. I agree with it, but but I'm gonna tell you the part I disagree with. It's amazing to say that. It is an amazing thing to teach our kids that. But I think that we should start teaching the infants that from birth, starting now. The women out here now, you are not able to teach them self-worth when their worth is tied up in what their body looks like. So if I try to take a young lady today and say, "Hey, young lady, when you know your worth counts, you need to carry yourself in this way," and have a young woman, have an older woman, an elder woman, come up and say, "Hey, baby, you need to carry yourself this way." And my question would be, what happens when a young lady says to me or to Bolo or to the elder woman, "Okay, so I've been paying my bills by shaking my ass online, making $2,500 a week, or $500 to $250 to $500 a day. How are you guys going to supplement that money by me following your plan of self-worth?" Because if I follow your plan, I'm going to be broke and I'm going to have to go work at McDonald's. I don't have no college education. I dropped out of high school in the 11th grade. So I don't have no education. So now I have to start over from scratch, go to school, raise these two kids that I'm raising by myself with no money. and y'all want me to follow this straight and narrow road, and I can shake my ass in one night and make $1,000.
Well,
How do we teach self-worth to the world where the world is paying these women to shake their asses?
well, my response to that would be, I agree with you that, from the jump, we need to talk to our children about self-worth and show them what self-worth looks like and be that example. So if I go off what you're saying, then the whore that Christ said to go and sin no more, he wouldn't have said that to. She was a whore and she was an adult. And he told her and go and sin no more. And she did that. So if we take that thought process that you're taking, then that means those men, let's flip it now. Those men that are incarcerated, those men that come out, those pookies and ray-rays that we call them here on YouTube, that means that we leave them on the wayside also. There's no future for them neither. And that's what Christ comes to teach. He comes to teach redemption. He comes to teach second chances. So when we sit here and say to this older woman, again, my job is not to I don't save people. It's not my job. That's none of our jobs. Our job is to plant and water, and God gives the increase. So because this woman has 94 bodies, of course, we have to show her that she's wrong. We have to show her her illness in her thought process, her illness in her self-worth, her illness in how she sees herself, and show her the difference between what society says and what God says. We have to show her that. But it's God that gives the increase, not me. I'm not going to refrain from giving her what the gospel says for us to do, to give. He came for those that are sick. She's sick. This woman is sick. The same way you have men that are sick. So what do? Cut them off and say, no, we're not going to give these men help when they come out of jail, addiction and all these things. No, these are the men and these are the women that we are taught to go seek and find. So again, it's not about me pressing her and trying to convince her. I don't have to convince. I understand what Christ has done for me in my life. So and you know what he's done for you in your life. You weren't always a good dude, right? From the testimonies that I've heard you say. But you know what? Because of your perseverance in your relationship with Christ, you turned your life, like all of us have on this panel. So why should she be robbed of that also?
I agree with you completely. I think that there's redemption for most, but I will say this, and I've said this in a conversation behind the scenes with some guys. God, in this world today, we have to understand from a biblical standpoint that there's a heaven and there's a hell. We all agree on that. Is that correct? We agree, Bolo?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Actually, if I may get into this, some people that claim that there is no such thing as hell, but never mind that.
Pagoda, we came to you and you didn't respond. So now we got another.
Yes, I had a little bit problem, so never mind.
So let him finish, Pagoda, and then we can let you respond.
So there's the reason, Bolo, we agree, okay? And not so much anybody, I don't want to put anybody else in it that I don't know their status. So we agree with that. The reason that there is a heaven and hell, because some people are going to make it to heaven and some people are going to make it to hell. The thing about it is right now, we're living in a time where people don't care about none of it. I don't care what God say. I don't care what the Bible says. Jesus, you could go online and see women say, you can tell me everything you want to until you can give me this $2,500 a day. You can take God, you can take all this good wisdom and all this good talk, and you can stick it up where the sun don't shine, because you're not helping me make 25. Where else can I go? Some of these, let me tell you something. Some of these girls out here right now, Bolo, are making more money than IT technicians. They're making more money with their bodies than with some of the most professional jobs in America. Women are making money. I saw a girl at Magic City in a documentary that says that when she went to work for Magic City, she would make $4,500, $5,000 a night. And all she had to do was sit on some laps and throw her butt in some men's faces, and then she would make $4,500 a day.
I agree with you.
And so
I agree with you totally. Right? There is a heaven and there is a hell. I agree with you 100%. Here's the caveat to that statement. We don't control who goes there and who don't. We don't know who goes there and we don't know who don't. We don't know if this woman is going on a mission, okay, and then she changes. I can't foretell that, right? Because again, from your testimony, the route you were going, who would know you'd be here today? Right? Being a mentor to young men. Who would know that today, that you would be that example for marriage? Who would know that? Right? If you look at the brother Clarence's testimony, he was off the chain when he was younger. Right? So we don't know what ways the Lord has us going for us to understand when we get older, to look back and be that example to those men and say, dude, I understand what it is to be homeless. I was that. I understand it, but I persevered. I understand. So we don't know if the Lord has her on a one-way trip to hell. I don't know. I'm not privy to that information. That's God's information. Our job is to teach the truth and withhold it from no one. That is our job. Now, if she chooses to continue rocking on the way she rocks on, then her future is set. But that's, we still have to give that word fervently and vigorously to the world, because his word do not come back void. But I understand your point.
All right, I understand yours as well, sir.
All right, let's get Vagoda in here. Let's let Vagoda check in.
Yeah,
Vagoda, what do you think?
Yeah, I had when I was supposed to answer you, I had one of my roomies called me for a second. Never mind that.
Yeah, never
So
mind.
in any case, first of all, about the women, the ladies that are twerking and stuff. Clarence, come on, why didn't you finish showing it?
Because I knew widows like you were gonna keep on wanting to see it, Vagoda. I had to turn it off.
Because weirdo, you called me a weirdo? Come on.
But don't worry, Vagoda. I got something else for you.
Just joking. You don't need to show it.
No. It was part of what I'm trying to do anyway, man. But go ahead, continue. What do you think? What do you now stay? Let me stay on topic.
What I think, first of all, I think that one of the reasons that they are doing this for money is because most of those ladies are coming from a poor place. They probably have problems with money or grown up in a place that they didn't in a family without money, and also the ladies that they do this stuff for free for TikTok, they probably they think probably it's cool. Maybe I don't want to say it's all of the clips like this, but in a lot of clips at least from what I see of people in the how we say that doing rappers and stuff, you see a lot of women dancing erotically.
Good point, Vagoda. Good point. We're getting there. Good point.
Yeah, so that's in terms of behavior. That's probably if I had a daughter, I will not show her that's the stuff. That those music clips that you show, that you see some doing some people doing some rap stuff, and some, like I said, some ladies are dancing with their butt.
Okay, Vagoda. So
also about
well, what you were saying relates to what Black Man Unfiltered was talking about. Whereas
yes,
there is a consequence or a reward for doing this behavior. There's a reward for it. Shout out to Summer Mince Pies. There's a reward.
in the end of the day, this stuff. Yeah, Clarence, in the end of the day, this stuff is, if you put this stuff in TikTok or on YouTube, this stuff stays on a decade and even more. And, this, if another few years after you finish with all that stuff, you have this stuff on TikTok or YouTube, then it's not exactly lovely to see, or that people that knows you will see it. And of course, what you said, if I'm not mistaken, you said the name of the guy that talked about it was a black guy, something.
Yeah, black man.
I want to. Yes. About what he said about the hell and stuff. Well, Well, according to the Old Testament, there's no hell. Well, of course, that is debatable. But if there is a hell, then she will need to more than twerking to get there. If you ask me.
Okay, hold.
But
Put a pin in
that is not a respectable thing to do. That's for sure.
Vagoda. Put a pin in there's no hell, right? I think you just I think you I think you just put yourself on the dartboard again. So hold that thought. We're gonna get back to that. We're gonna get back to that.
What? I just said according to the Old Testament, there's no hell. Of course, that's debatable.
Well, guess what?
But in any case, if hell is existence, you will need more than the twerking together to get there.
Vagoda.
What?
Some person on the panel or in the chat may ask you to reference that. So put a pin in that, right? That was a bold statement. So somebody may ask you to reference that. Okay. I just want you to, be ready to reference that. Right now, I want to stick with to the topic. Listen, I want to stick to the topic right now because I want to go back to, because we have a problem here. We have a problem here, especially in America. I don't know how it is in Israel, but in America, we have this issue where Black women are perceived as these sex pots that are just waiting to be sex violated at any point by any man. And the more sex they can have with the more random people, it's A-OK. And it's not going to hurt their marriage potential value, their potential marriage value, right? So these are all things I think that are misnomers, and we need to dispel that. The question is how. I think we all agree that we need to change this, but how can we change it? And we can't figure out how until we figure out where the initial offense, where the initial issue came up, and how to thwart that. That is what I think, because some people are saying that the issue is the women themselves. But myself and Bolo, we think it is deeper than that. And so it depends on where you see the problem actually starting and fixing it at that point, or do you have to go further than that? So that being said, gentlemen, are Black women truly unworthy of love? Man, a lot of people say they just unworthy. They just ain't no good, man. They just, for the most part.
Of course they are worthy of love. What kind of question is this? Of course they have a right to be loved.
Hold on. We're gonna let you talk. Hold on. But we gotta watch this video real quick. So are Black women truly unworthy of love? Right? Some would say, like Vagoda, of course they are, right? But a lot of people say they're not. They're just evil witches that are leading our children astray. But how can they lead our children astray if there was a man there putting them, offsetting what you feel is being taught in an erroneous way? So we're not addressing that there's no men here, right? Because these women are not like Mary. They're not having immaculate conceptions, right? These children are coming from somebody. So the question is, where's the somebody that's helping make these children?
Can I address that real quick?
Okay, go ahead.
So my sister-in-law happens to work at a hospital. She has a very high position in a hospital in Houston, Texas. Okay. And my sister-in-law told me, she said, let me tell you something. She said, I know you're going to use this on one of your shows. I said, yes, ma'am. Come on with the information. She said, at the hospital, Black women are coming in Houston, Texas, the capital of STIs right now. Houston, Texas, with a whole bunch of STIs, a whole bunch of pregnancies, and they just coming in there. She said the statistics are showing that 60% of those women that are coming in with those STIs are Black women. They are leading in STIs. She said when it comes to the men, she said the men are at between 13 and 17% STIs. She said, now, brother-in-law, I'm going to tell you what that means. She said that means the majority of women are sleeping with the majority of women are sleeping with the men who ain't shit. the Pookies and Ray Rays, the ones we call Pookie and Ray Ray. She said the majority of the women on it, these professional women, they're out here talking to you, girl, I just need me a thug for the night. And they're going out and they're sleeping with these men, and she said they're all sleeping with the same men because the men's numbers in STIs are not increasing. The women's are. So the same women are, the 6% of those women are sleeping with the same men who ain't got no jobs, who's sitting around, who having sex with multiple women. They're choosing the bottom of the barrel and they're getting babies and STIs in return.
Okay, why? Why are they choosing bottom of the barrel men?
Well, let me give you an example. Dwayne Wade's wife, what's her name? Gabrielle Union. She said before she married Dwayne, she said she told her friends, I want to go out and have sex with a dude that live with his mama playing the video game, that's living in the basement, that got some good penis. She said, I just want to do it. It was just a fascination of mine. It's a fantasy of mine. I want to be with a thug that ain't got no money, ain't got nothing going for himself, that really got some really, really good sex. When you have a woman who has that type of influence, we have 4 million followers. She's telling women that women are going to be influenced by that and say, wait a minute, if Gabrielle want that, what's wrong with me wanting it?
Agreed. But my question is, why would she want something like that? See, that's a deeper question.
That is a deeper question.
Okay, so why would she or any woman, I can understand them maybe wanting to have a roll in the hay with a guy like that, but to be like on a continuous roll of dudes like that, why would they want that? See, that is the question. What has happened to where they want a man like that in their lives, right? On a consistent basis.
Right, we're all familiar with the women back even in the 90s. The women say they want them a bad boy. You know what I'm saying? Whitney Houston said, I want me a bad boy. Let me go get Bobby. Right? I don't want no decent man in no suit, no tie. I want me one thug that's wearing his pants down, got his chest out. You know, he got a little muscle on him. He ain't got no job. I want me one of them. Girl, and you know what? Even Jasmine Sullivan did an album called Hotels, and she's a very prolific singer. Beautiful voice, and all her music has been positive up until she did an album called Hotels, meaning a hoe. She spelled it that way for the album, and she said the words in the album, I don't care if you live with your mama. I don't care if you stay in the basement at your mama house. All I want you to do is satisfy me and give me that hard penis. That's what she said.
I understand that, black man. I understand that. We understand that. The question is, why? How did they come to that realization that that's what they want? And that is, see, this is what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to lay the case out for. And Bola, jump in here anytime you get ready. This is what I'm trying to let's set the case. The question is not that they are attracted to these bad boys and attracted to these men that are focused with not God on their mind, but they have a lustful focus, right? They are attracted to that lustful focus, right? So, because in my opinion, they want a man that has that lustful focus, but won't yet have the morality to impugn them for what they did, for the sexual deviancy that they may engage in with them. That's my opinion, right? So you want a guy like that. Oh, I'm sorry. Was anybody talking? All right. So that's my opinion. So what I'm trying to set the case is, why? Why do you want that? Why do you want somebody who is devoid of the morality to tell you, hey, what you about to do is wrong? Even if you're about to do it with me, it's wrong. Let's work together to get both of ourselves better, closer to God's way of doing things. Why are we what's the word I'm looking for? Why are we so what's the word? Let me take this down because I think maybe they stopped the stream because of it. Why are we so caught up? Why are our women so caught up in this? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Why? See, that's the thing. Black man, okay, we know that they're attracted to these. It's a recipe for disaster. They're attracted to the most unproductive men, right?
Yep.
And
Yep.
the unproductive men are attracted to them, right?
Right.
So
Right.
we know this is a recipe for disaster. The question is, why do they have the desire? We know why the men have the desire for them, but why do they have the desire for these type of men? Why do, especially the ones of our sisters that are, hardworking, that go to school, or they're trying to be productive citizens? Why do they have an attraction for these type of dudes and then allow themselves to be impregnated by these type of dudes? That's the question. Can you answer that?
Yeah. I do have an answer for that. I think women are starting to use live men as sex toys. And these professional women, and I've heard professional women say in professional settings that, girl, all you got to do is find you a bad boy. You ain't got to be attached to him. You got to cook him nothing. You ain't got to make him a sandwich. You ain't got to be committed to him. Girl, you call him. He come over there because he ain't got the mindset to even be in a relationship. He come over there, girl, give me that meat, give me that sausage, girl. I let him tear me down, blow my back out. And after he done, baby, I give him some food and give him a couple of dollars to get him a new pair of Jordans or something, and he go back to his street corner. I ain't gotta wait. When I wake up in the morning, I ain't gotta be cooking no breakfast or none of that. I just bring him over as a sex toy. I'm telling you, that's what they're saying. He my little sex toy. You gotta be committed.
And it goes into dealing with the branches, right? Again, I don't like dealing with branches because branches, the tree is still going to grow. But a woman that thinks like that, what's the root cause? It's her self-worth. That's the point. The point is we understand that we have to prune the tree. We have to, right? We understand that we have to deal with this on multiple fronts. But the reason why women and men do what they do is because of the self of lack of worth. That's what it is. That's what it boils down to. For a woman to sit there and go deal with a dude and say exactly what you said, she deems herself not worthy of saying, you know what? I need someone that I can lock into. At the end of the day, that's what it boils down to. That's what it boils down to. We can sit here and make up all different reasons on why they do it. Everything that we're talking about is the symptom of the sickness. That's what we're dealing with right now, whether we're talking about men or we're talking about women. It's the symptom of the weakness. We have not been taught self-worth and self-love. We have not, as a majority. So again, like you said earlier, we can't reach everybody. We know everyone is not going to be saved. We understand that. But our job is to still go to the highways and byways and cry aloud. That's our job. And to those that get it, they get it. And to those that don't, they don't. So when you sit there and you look at the root cause of why a woman would say that, why would a woman say, all I want to do is get my back blown out and send him home? Why? Because of the self-worth that she does not have. That's what we have to start to look at. Why would a man say, man, I just want me a hoe? Because of the self-worth. And what he's doing is, and what she's doing, they're both projecting their inadequacies out into the world. That's what this is. Nothing more, nothing less. We make this bigger than what it is. And we like to deal with the symptoms. It's no different than when you go to the doctor and you say, man, I got a headache. Well, here's a Tylenol for your headache. But isn't that supposed to be a directional path to what a bigger sickness is? They treat the symptoms more than they treat the sickness. And that's what we're doing here. We're treating the symptom and not the sickness.
Okay. Well, Bolo, I hear you that there's no self-value. How did they get like that? How? Because we can't change what we don't know where the problem is. It's like you fixing, we're men, we've all fixed pipes, and we all had to get up under the sink at some point, right? Fix some pipes. But you can't really fix the problem. You can go turn the valve off, but you can't really fix the problem unless you know where the leak is. Then you can go buy the fit, the type of pipe that you need to replace it, right?
Absolutely. This is
Okay.
where time and patience come in, Brother Clarence.
Okay.
This is where you sit down as a man and get to understand this woman's background.
Okay.
This is where you get to understand her family. Ask the pertinent questions. If she gets
okay, Bolo. Are you talking about before you actually get in a relationship or after you get in a relationship?
Absolutely.
All right. Just clean it up.
Before you get into the relationship, these are the questions you need to ask. What's your background? Well, you know, where you come from, what kind of family you come from. We spend more time getting our credit together than we do trying to search for a woman, and vice versa, trying to find a man.
Good point.
We spend more time picking houses and getting things together and looking at the school system and all this than we getting ready to pick a woman that's supposed to pray for us. Pick a man that's supposed to lead you. This dude is supposed to lead you. This man covers you. This man guides. Yes, sir.
Bolo, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Honestly, Bolo, I want you to answer this for me. How many women today do you believe genuinely, if you date them and get to know them and go towards, courting them and going toward marriage with them, how many women today do you think are covering men in prayer?
Not that many.
And I think that's why it says a virtuous woman who can find one.
Right, but the point of the matter is, in that statement you just made, who can find one? So that means you have to do the due diligence to know what a virtuous woman is.
Exactly, so, I agree. You said it. Go ahead.
So the onus falls on the man to do the due diligence and have that relationship with the Lord so that he can guide him. Again, the Lord ain't going to tell you what woman to pick. He gives you the setup on what you should look for. It's up to you to follow those instructions. A lot of us don't. The Lord will say, go left and make a right. You know what we do? We make a right, then make a left. And then we blame him. So again, at the end of the day, it starts with you having a relationship with him, you knowing your self-worth, and it's showing forth in your standard, your character, your direction. That's where it starts. So now when I go out there looking for a woman, I know what my worth is because of what Christ showed me in his relationship with me. And I'm not going to settle. What we do is settle. And it's the same for the woman. When the woman has a relationship and she takes the time to get to understand who she is and what she's worth, she starts to settle because she starts to think, damn, where are all the good men at? Continue down your route. There's a good man out there. Just take your time. He will find you. You will find him. But don't lose patience and settle. Guarantee if I have a $100,000 diamond, I'm not selling it for $20,000.
Now, Bolo, I got another question for you. When it comes to what you said, settling, I'm going to dip into uncharted waters here. Because I think that, and I said this on my show the other day, and the panel got quiet. I think that what percentage of men who you just said settled, what percentage of men who are married right now, 5, 6, 10, 15 years, who settled with a woman they know God didn't give them? And they're miserable, and they wake up every day and be a machine, and they're suffering in silence. How many men do you think are struggling with a woman that they settled for and married?
It might be a lot, brother. However, at the end of it might be a lot. However, at the end of the day, who do we blame for that?
Ourselves.
That's the point. If you made a decision and the Lord has shown you that this is not the woman for you, and he continuously shows you these red flags, but you continue to go down this dead end, you have no one to blame but yourself. Take the L and keep it moving. That's our problem. Our problem is we're so afraid to start over. I was on a platform with a lawyer, Dennis Sperling, my G. If those of you who don't know, he's on this Black Manosphere garbage. There's 8 men on this panel, and there's a woman on this panel. I'm the last to come in. This woman says that her father has been in a 40-year relationship with her mother, and day one, she was emasculating the father. How do you get 40 years into that? You don't blame the mother. The mother's a scorpion from the beginning. You got to look at yourself. You had lack of self-worth, that you would degrade yourself to deal with the woman on the first date emasculate you. You chose that. Look in the damn mirror. It's your fault. We want to blame.
Well, a lot of people.
Brother, take the L. If she's gonna get half your pension, she gets half your pension. You should have seen the red flags in the first year of your marriage. You chose not to. You chose not to.
Right. And I also heard D.L. Hughley say the same thing as a child. He said he's heard his mother, his father on so many levels, like just talk to him, drug him out. He said even when my dad was on his deathbed, she would throw towels at him, talk down on him, saying, "You ain't that sick." And his father died being emasculated. And he said to this day, he does not have a relationship with his mother.
But see, that's the point.
Because of what she did to his father. Yeah.
When I asked Dennis Sperling, would you deal with the woman that emasculated you? He said, I wouldn't give her a second date. So why is it that you understand it, but when it comes to you delivering that message, you don't deliver it? Because what it is, it's about money. It's about money. They want these men to sit there and give them the super chats and give them all this thing instead of giving them the word that they need to have so that they can grow. It's the same thing with the women. They pander to them and not give them the truth. That's
all right. Oh, I'm sorry, brother. Brother, go ahead.
That's the problem. The problem is we're not giving the truth. What we want to do is we want to stroke their ego, both men and women. I'm not here to stroke your ego at all. I'm here to give you the truth. If that hurts you, I get it. The truth usually hurts.
Absolutely. Brother Clarence, I got a question for you real quick.
Yes, sir.
Have you seen the viral clip? This for you, Bolo, and whoever else is on the panel right now. Did you see the viral video of a young lady stood up and says, "I'm looking for love, but I have 7 children by the same man." I'm looking for.
I haven't seen it, but I saw a clip, but I didn't see the whole thing. Yeah.
She said, "I never married the man," so she's not married to the man, but she has 7 children for him, and now she's looking for a husband. And I'm so glad that the black young lady said to her, "Ma'am, no disrespect to you. There's 7 kids. You're looking for a man who's going to, first of all, he got to make enough money to take care of you and 7 children that are not his." She said, "My best advice for you is to try to make it work with the father of your children, since you have the same father for all your children." And she said, nope. Well, if this man, well, you answered that question like he was trash. But if you knew this man was trash, baby, you should have took it after the first baby. But you let him put 6 more up in you. You need to marry that man. That is your husband. That's your life partner, sweetheart. That's your life partner.
Let me get back to that. Put a pin in that, black man, because I got one of y'all did something. I didn't. I've been being good. It wasn't me. I've been being good, and it probably would go to a black man or Bolo. It wasn't me. I've been being good. We got our beloved Sister Eddie. I wanted to get some opening statements out here. Excuse me.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, I'm finna mute my mic because I want to hear every word of this.
Right, because that's definitely what I wanted to hear. I hear a female's version of what her opinion of what's going on and what can we do about it. So let Sister Annie get started. Please, sis, you got the floor.
Well, first of all, Brother Clarence, you tried to keep those images up for a long time. I said, look at him keep it.
Hey, Sister Annie.
Yeah.
For educational purposes. Educational purposes only.
So I think that it's easy to just say, "Oh, don't do this thing," because of what this image reflects on you as a person. That's easy, right? So and it depends on who you're talking to too, also. So if I'm talking to somebody who does not believe in God or doesn't have faith, my conversation to that person would be different. I still want God to use me, but my conversation, my delivery has to be different. Because those women that were doing the twerking, first of all, that's a talent. You know, maybe I could talk to one of them and say, "Hey, listen, don't throw that talent away. Men like listen, that's a talent, okay? So
I
I
agree.
wouldn't
I
say
agree. No. Sister, I agree with you.
Mhm.
It is a talent. That is something you should be at home. Man, bombs away. I will agree with you with that.
No,
Okay.
but what I'm saying is, I'm saying just rechannel it instead of maybe just feeling like you have to display it on Facebook, YouTube, wherever you found that at. Maybe offer some classes. There's some women that would love to learn how to do that, don't know how to do it. So don't just disregard something that actually is something that's a benefit to them and could be a benefit to a whole lot of other women. So that might be a conversation. You don't know what woman may be doing that and I know y'all have said that maybe they don't love themselves. Maybe that's the way that they have discovered that the only way that they can feel love, because they are at least getting that attention. You don't know where they're not getting attention, that attention is at least something. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying that that's where they may be. So now you have to figure out the kind of conversation you may need to have with the person that has that kind of seed that's grown into this tree of how they're displaying themselves. So
Wait a minute.
one
Sister,
blanket conversation. Go ahead. Mhm.
so I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
No, it's okay.
I just made a connection here, and I just want to see what you think about that. So, you know how like a child that if they do right,
Mhm.
they don't get very much attention.
Mhm.
So what they would do is they would do wrong. They'll break stuff. They'll do stuff, and that negative attention, the parent will spend more time on the negative
Yeah.
things that they've done instead of spending more time on the positive things, reinforcing the fact that they're going to get more uh, alone time with that parent if they
Yes.
do bad things. And does that
Yes.
relate to what you were saying as far as if just being a woman of virtue may not be getting that much attention, but when they go out and do OnlyFans and do the twerking and all of that, they get more attention from men, and they see that their perception is that's better than not getting attention when I'm doing right.
Yeah. And then you think
Okay.
about like to your analogy, that was actually really good. You say the child that has the cookie, the chocolate chip right there on the side of their mouth. So now when you're having this conversation, they're like, hey, don't you know that this is bad on your reputation? Then what you mean? I ain't doing that. I'm a woman, I'm free, I can do this. That's the cookie on the side. You know what I'm saying? They're just saying, no, I'm not thinking about what you see that's actually reality, that this is not the best representation of me, but I want to eat this cookie because it felt good. It felt good to be able to get all those likes. It felt good for people to talk about how good I am in shape. It felt good to, because there's some people that like work out, and I see men doing this too. They go to the gym. Now they want to have, profile pics now with their shirt off, or, now they want to put their muscle up or something. Sometimes people want to display the hard work they've done. You know, you can't I can't erase that feeling of the need to feel some kind of recognition for this hard work that I've done. So there have to be a lot of different conversations. There have to be, and they probably can't be, they're not going to be solved on one, like say if you have a stream and you have it on this topic, that's not going to reach person A, because that's not why person A is doing it. So the main thing, like what I think that you keep trying to drive home, drive back into, is like, but why? Right? A person doesn't have self-worth. What took it from them? What snatched
Yes.
it from them? Why do they feel like the only way that they can be loved is if they, display more skin? Where did that, what happened there? What happened there? You know what I'm saying? If you have this talent, like I said, what happened where maybe somebody didn't tell you how to maybe be an entrepreneur and say, hey, you know what? Listen, girl, you doing that. Let me show you how you can maybe make some money and help people. Hey, maybe some churches need to be open to maybe some people coming in there and teaching some women how to twerk. Maybe there needs to be some classes in church. Listen, when you get married, that don't mean your husband gonna stop wanting to see some twerking. Oh, well, if you don't know how to do it, then I still don't want to see it. I don't want to feel it. Let these
Vaughn's
women go
brother,
in there and teach them how to twerk in a slow music and fast music. Teach them how to make one hip do it and the other one not. Like, teach people. That can be a gift.
Vaughn's brother is doing it in Atlanta already. Vaughn's brother, he's out in Atlanta teaching them already, and they got the twerk classes already. They got the token classes and the twerking classes.
Can I say something to Annie real quick?
Yeah,
Of course.
Yeah, hey, Sugarfoot. Listen, let me say this. You just shocked me today. I'm trying to get myself back together. Listen, let me say something. I just thinking about what you said, right? Because you always come in with making us look at things from a different perspective. So I will say that if you look at every culture in the world today, let's start at the motherland in Africa. There were no cameras, no social media out there in the villages and out there in the tribes. Most women, if you read upon it and research, you'll know that their dancing methods were put on display at matrimonial ceremonies, meaning the men who were a subject for wives and the wives who were subject for husbands, the women used to dance for them masked with their face covered, and the man would choose his wife through the movement of her body and how the spirit would move in her body. And so he would choose her based on the way she would dance for him. Now, that wasn't considered twerking. That was considered the way they dance. Now, most of these twerking moves come from tribes from Africa. If you go look at some of these women, how they dance even to this day, it's a copycat here in America. If you go to Hawaii, you have the girls who do the hula dances to be chosen by their husbands. If you go to the Mayans, you have the Mayans who would dance, the Hispanic people who would dance for their husbands, right? Even in the Bible, you had that women would dance at ceremonies for husbands. And so stuff like that. I think what we did, I think in our culture, we took it and we sexualized it to a point where we're using, like you said earlier, we're using the power for the wrong things. We need to channel it for something else. So I agree with you. Maybe a woman does want to use that as a spirit of attracting her husband or doing something for her husband behind closed doors, and women could actually take that talent and show women how to please their husbands instead of trying to profit from it by having several men. So I see it from your perspective. I do see that.
If I may add to what you say, bro. First, I must say I don't think that in the times of the Bible, women were twerking. I don't.
No.
So.
I didn't say twerking, sir. Twerking is a new word. Twerking is not a 2,000-year-old word. What I'm saying is, if you go to the Bible and read the Bible in context, there are so many stories in the Bible where women were dancing for the excitement, the entertainment, and to marry men. The term twerking.
You can say seduced.
Wait a second, Pagoda. Wait, first of all, Pagoda, you wanted that video to go longer, so don't sit here and act like you didn't enjoy some of what was going on there.
I didn't say I didn't. I enjoy it, but I don't think that in the Bible. What?
You first of all, you were enjoying some of that stuff that you were seeing, okay? So
yes,
but what
I enjoy it.
Hey, first of all, we have bodies, okay? I used to dance at school. There's a lot of stuff that you can do with your body. Okay, now to sit here and act like that from way back when music was being played, David played music. Who was the king that wanted his wife to come in there and dance? There was dancing. There's dancing that you can do. You can isolate your chest. There's dancing you can do to isolate a hip. There's dancing you can do and do something with your leg and your ankle that can be enticing. But you want it for your husband. But let's not act like just because twerking is just another way. There's so many ways you can do something with your hips. That's just another way.
Okay, but what I said that in the Bible, there was not from what I know, there was not there was no twerking. There was sexual dances for women to dance and
But it's like dancing, Pagoda. You're stuck on the twerking part as opposed to it being that there's just been evolutions of like the ways that we dance. Last year, some dances that we did, we don't do now. So there's an evolution of dances. People become creative in how they do something with their neck, something with their
you can say it's an evolution, okay?
No, but the only point I'm just trying to make is like I don't want it to make it seem like because twerking is the thing that is now, that it's something that maybe wasn't as appreciated as maybe something, I don't know what the dance was called back then. You know, what is the Queen Vesta? She may have been doing something and it be called the Tweedledee. And the Tweedledee looks similar to the twerking. We don't know what these dances were called, but you know what it was? It was like allowing their bodies to move in a way that, one, it feels good. Dancing feels good to me, but like it's something that's pleasing to men, pleasing to her husband. So I encourage women, when I get married, I want to learn a whole lot of stuff I can do with my head, my hand, all of that. I want him to enjoy every piece of me. So I want women to know that. It's just that we have to make sure that we're channeling it in a way that's not like I would not do some things online that will dishonor my future husband. Everything that I talk about on a panel, everything that I do when I in the community, everything that I do, one, it represents me, it represents God, it represents the way I was raised, and it's something that my husband is going to have to stand behind when we get married. I don't want him to be coming through here funneling through, and I'm disrespecting my reputation that he got to eat now because he's my husband. So I wouldn't want to do something that's going to dishonor myself and my future husband. I would not want to do that. So I'm thinking about that now for my future. But I was raised a certain way. I would never want my mother to come on anything where she hears me talking reckless and stuff. She raised me better than that. So, but my mother, listen, truth be told, my mom can dance. The reason why I love to dance, my mom, when she was geared to go into labor with me, was trying to go to a dance. So, mama, you know, so I don't want us to like, listen, that's a gift. You know what I'm saying? I don't want them to throw that away. I just want them to channel it. I don't want them to put it on display for everybody. I want them to think about what that can mean to, like, maybe some people say that they don't care that their family sees certain stuff, and maybe they got bad relationships with their family, so they really don't care. But we got to try to there's somebody to speak to everybody. I pray that God seasons my speech. I don't want to be talking to person A when I need to be language for person B, you know, or that person B and I'm using language for person A in that conversation. I want somebody to do the same for me. So I want somebody to talk to me where I am. I can't be where I may be supposed to be and be perfect and always be doing things that's going to honor the way that God would want me to be. He just know I'm trying my best. So now if he sends me somebody to have the conversation with me, I'm hoping that they come in the Holy Spirit speaking to them for where I am. You can't talk ahead of where I am. You can't.
Okay.
Because now I'm going to be irritated with the conversation.
Okay,
I'm going to feel
Annie.
like you're trying to put me down. I'm going to
Hold
feel
on,
like you
Roberta,
don't understand where
hold
I am. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, I hear you. Okay, talking to you where you are. Where, like, what do you mean? Can you expound on that a little bit?
So
what does that mean? Talk to you where
if
you are.
right now, let's say, okay, let's say if right now I'm not feeling good about myself. Let's say if I have not been to the gym like I normally am, and I'm not the proudest of the way that I've let myself go. Let's say if I'm right there. And let's say, remember, I'm squishy right now, okay? All right. Let's say the next month or two, I really push it. I'm in the gym. I really make my body's transformed.
Okay.
I'm taking some classes. I'm taking my yoga back. I'm getting my flexibility like I want to be.
Okay.
I might be like, man, I'm so proud of that. Now let's say, because maybe if right now I've beaten up on myself so bad, for this time that I haven't been there. And in 2 months, I say, you know what? I want people to see this. You know what I'm saying? I'm proud of this. Now I start coming on. Oh, let me cam up, y'all. Brother Clarence, let me cam up. You know what I'm saying? Let me stand up when I talk, right? Because I maybe want somebody to see it. So depending on if I got a need to be recognized in that way, I'm saying it may not be right. I may have to answer to that later. But right then in that moment, I'm seeking validation.
Okay.
So maybe the conversation that you have with me is, hey, listen, I know, look, listen, you've been up here for about 3 years. You ain't never cammed up. What's going on? What you doing that for? So you may want to talk to me and say, hey, what made that shift? What caused you to, now want to, cam up? And now not only you camming up, you got on the short, you're showing your cleavage. What's going on, girl? So you may want to ask me, well, what changed? Like, what happened? And I may say, Brother Clarence, I feel so bad about myself for like 2 or 3 months. And now I feel good about myself and I want some attention. That don't mean it is right, Brother Clarence, but talk to me from there. Have the conversation with me from there. Say, look, sis, I know you're proud. I know you're proud. Now, you know what? Maybe now go in the gym and start teaching somebody else. All right, now you're going to wear your sports bra and, you show your belly and stuff like that now. Go show somebody else how you did it. That's recognition because they're like, man, I want to get in shape like you are right now. So you got to meet somebody where they are. Don't like if I came on you just like, girl, look at you. You being like a hoe. What's wrong with you? I'm going to resent that because what I was needing, you didn't give me what I needed. So now I may go on somebody else's panel. Or I may go out to some function where I can show my stuff. Right? Because I got to get that met. Or I'm going to feel like I need to get that met, but I need somebody to catch me. And when they see it, I may be making a shift. So I'm saying, speak to me there. Because if you speak to me somewhere else, I may not be able to hear you. That's what I'm saying. Like you maybe you at the time, you be like, I just don't like it. I can't talk to you right there. You tripping. Well, that might be that black man got to come speak to me. Because he might be like, girl, I ain't never seen you act like this. So I know something going on. What's wrong? So I got to go where I pray for that. I pray for somebody to visit me where I am. I pray for them to say, you know what? This not you. This not you. Something you got a need for it somewhere. What is it? What is it? You hungry for something. You told me yesterday you wanted macaroni and cheese, but you looking like, you want some pork skins. Why you acting like that? You really want macaroni and cheese because I want the attention of my husband. I want him to see all of that. If I work out in the gym and all of that, I want him to see all of that. I want him to see how I learn how to do stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I need somebody to talk to me. Sorry if I'm repeating myself, but that's what I'm talking about. Like this, unless you have a conversation with somebody may not take to the barking at them right away, right? They might need somebody to say, hey sis, hey, how you learn how to do that? As opposed to be like, all right, girl, pop it. You might, if you want to maybe have a conversation where it be like, hey, wait, how'd you learn how to do that? And that's going to may throw her a little bit. Man, wait a minute, I wanted somebody to say, go girl. You know what I'm saying? I love that, sleep with you. But you saying, wait, how'd you learn how to do that? Really? Do you offer classes? Just shift the room, shift the atmosphere. Make her mindset go somewhere else. Let her know, hey, listen, I know you worked hard for that body. Or maybe it's homegrown. Everybody don't have that. Is there a way that maybe that you eat a certain thing? There's some people like right now, I need to do something with my hair. I see sometimes like a lot of women, they go to the grocery store, hair pop. Now I ain't got to be like that all the time, but somebody might say, hey girl, you know what I'm saying? You got to, I noticed that you come out a lot and, you just had a ponytail. Have you ever thought about this style right here? This might be good for you. Or you might like that. So I might try that style the next time I get my hair done. Hey girl, I see you coming out and, your toes, you tripping, you wearing, flip-flops and your toes not done. This girl over here that I know, she does real good. And she don't use that drill. She just uses a hand file to get your nails right. Hey, here's her number or something. There's a way that we can gently introduce something to somebody without maybe always, because everybody don't receive it that way. But if your goal is to maybe, hey, I want this person to just love themselves a little bit more, or just realize that the way that they're presenting themselves, somebody sees it this way, and that might make you vulnerable to somebody attacking you. Because they think that you're saying, oh, this is what I want now. Come on. I'm showing all this. Take it. So you may not be thinking that far in advance that this thing that you're doing, this what you're displaying on social media, and people can find you. So now you're doing this thing. What if you're twerking and you go outside and your neighbor realizes that you're his neighbor? And now on your chat, now he says, oh, she stay in so-and-so complex. Well, now everybody know where you stay. And now they know you like twerking. Now when you come out, now you got to be careful. So you got to think like that too. But maybe they're not thinking that far ahead. So that's what I'm just saying. Just like we maybe, you know, and we can't be that to everybody. I ain't asking y'all to do that to everybody. Sometimes look, Mrs. T, she said she got a gift that's different from mine. Sometimes you got to shame some people, right? That's not me. Like, you know, and I'm not saying it's wrong. Some people sometimes may need to be shamed. I don't have the language. I don't have my heart doesn't present itself to, or my heart is not where I want to present it that way. So I can't be anything other than who I am. But sometimes Mrs. She said is needed. Her energy is needed.
You know what, Annie? To add to
Mhm.
what you said, a school teacher just got fired. A really good teacher. She's been teacher of the year. Also, they just fired her because the students in her class found her OnlyFans, and they were watching their teacher have sex and do things to herself on OnlyFans, and all the boys would be in the class like, "Damn, that's our teacher," and they would look at her OnlyFans and come to school and she'd be teaching them.
Mm-hmm.
And they're looking at her like, we see her with her clothes on. Well, we definitely seen her with her clothes on.
Mm-hmm.
And so they fired her because she had OnlyFans.
See, I mean, yeah, it's like, you know, the consequences of stuff. I first look at me. You know, like what did my actions? First of all, why am I doing these actions? Like, why am I doing this thing? What am I needing that I'm doing this outward thing? Do I need to maybe read more scripture? I need to ask the Holy Spirit intercede for me. I want to grieve the Holy Spirit. Help me. Keep me in isolation till I get my stuff right. Because if I go out right now, I may be reckless. But like sometimes, like we gotta learn how to like know that it's okay to just be still for a second. Yeah, you might need some attention right now, or you may desire some attention right now. You're not wrong for wanting attention. Be still for a second though, because you need that attention, and you may go looking for it in the wrong place. Don't feel bad for needing it. Stay there for a second there. Be still. Why do you want this attention? Oh, because I don't feel love. Oh, because everybody else is getting attention. Oh, because I need some help with this. Okay, let's figure out a healthy way for you to get this attention. First, maybe see if get attention from God too. It's okay to get attention from him. Okay, it's okay to get attention from your family. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a way that the thing that you need may need to be addressed. You're not wrong for needing that. You're not wrong for needing a hug or wanting a hug. You ain't wrong for that. Hey, how about don't get a hug from that pedophile over there? Don't do that. I don't want you to get it from him. You need a hug? All right, I want you to get a hug. I want you to get a healthy hug. Okay, you need somebody to say they love you? Okay, cool. You're not wrong for wanting somebody to love you. All right, but don't get love from this guy over here that wants to, take pictures of you and now put it on the internet, and now you can't get a job. Not him. But okay, you need it. So that's what I'm saying. I want to remove stuff because it needs to come out somewhere. Just needs to be a healthy place for it to come out. Yeah, I feel like I've been rambling. I'm sorry.
No. I just I hear you, and I want to get some opinions on what you've been saying, and see if everybody on the panel agrees, disagrees, or has something to comment about it. But let's go. We'll go to, and then we're gonna go over to
Brother
Vaughn.
Van, before we go to knock the train off the track, I want to say this real quick because you got to give people their flowers while you can give them. I admire you as a person, as a woman, as an individual. You are amazing, and so you need to keep speaking because people need to hear different perspectives from a woman who comes from a pure perspective and not a toxic one. So I just want to give you your flowers, sweetheart, as I always do. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you, black man, because I know she be thinking I'm caping for her. I know a lot of times she think, oh, you just caping for me. He's saying that because he love me. He think a lot of me, and all that's true. But the truth is, this woman has a God-given spirit and voice that needs to be heard, not only from men but from women. But she has a special gift to talk to men, and so I'm trying to I'm working on a black man. I don't know, man. I'm working on it, and then I'm finally get her to say, I'm gonna do it, Clarence. And then here come Fox News gonna go. We're gonna give you $100 million contract, and then I'm gonna lose it, right? But I'm just saying she's got a gift that she got to get. I think she's working on it, getting more out of it. So now you see it ain't just me caping for you. All right, Vagoda.
Yeah.
Okay, do you have any comments, questions, or did you agree with any or disagree? Or
I agree with any, but in the end of the day, first of all, well, I don't have much to say about it. Do whatever makes you happy, first of all, my dear. And second, there is other dances that you and your future husband can do together. For example, tango.
Yeah, you're right.
That is, you can say, erotic dance in some degree.
He gonna want more than tango, and he gonna get more than tango.
But unlike waiting tango, you can do next to kids. You can do next to kids. That's for sure.
No, I know what you're saying. You're right.
And also, if you want to, only because a dance or something is originally erotic or could be erotic, it's not. It's that there is a difference between something that is appropriate to almost next to everybody, and something that is not appropriate. For example, the twerking you're not going to do next to your parents or next to kids, right?
Well, no. See, what I'm saying is, that's why I said for them to maybe teach women that are married. That's what I'm saying. There's stuff that I'm not dancing. I know how to do. I don't do out in public because I do want that just for my husband. But that doesn't. There's other dances outside of twerking that I probably
yes. For example, if I may say,
there's some dancing like black man. I can't remember what this dance is called. It's a Hawaiian.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you, my dear, that for example, if let's take for example something erotic dance like I said, tango, and of course you can do belly dancing. That is also well, that's supposed to be erotic, but with that you can do in holidays and next to almost everybody.
It depends. It depends on the belly. It depends on the belly.
Vagoda, there's dances that somebody could do a hula hoop, and that can be enticing. Somebody can, like I said, I danced in school. There's dances that I did on that basketball court that somebody might have been enticed by, right? So you can't help you can't help what someone.
Why are you looking at me like this?
I'm looking at Amy.
I'm
looking at her with my good eye.
You could do you talking about the tango. I don't want to separate any dance. I'm saying any dancing you're doing, from twerking to ballroom, there's some ways that you got to do your leg when you're doing, and like with the tango, that can be really enticing. You know what I'm saying? So, so that's why I want to isolate any one dance. We just happen to be talking about twerking because Brother Clarence did the freeze frame on the screen, but I'm saying,
yeah, but still, my dear, it's there is a difference between, for example, twerking and for belly dances.
Right, but what I'm saying is, in whatever, you can be in different rooms, and somebody might think belly dancing is inappropriate for who's in there. I bet you couldn't have me at church and me teach a belly dancing class. I bet you at church they may not be okay because the women of the church might see that as something that's enticing. Right, so like in different audience, people may see that's inappropriate. I'm agreeing with you.
And here you can do it, and nobody will say anything.
No, if somebody would say it to somebody else, I want them to say it to me. If it's not appropriate for them, it's not appropriate for me. What I'm saying, the only point that I'm trying to make is that there's some dances that people do that would be in DC here. They have like the hand dance. That's a kind of sensual dance. That dance, okay. When I took that class before, that one is the one where you really got to let a man lead but it's really it's sensual to me, at least. You know what I'm saying? So somebody could see somebody doing hand dance, and they may be like, "Oh, that's inappropriate." So you don't know
What is a hand dance?
it's you may have to look it up, but it's kind of like I don't know, it's how would I describe this? I don't know how to
In any
describe
case,
it.
like I said, what
How to
you do
describe
what
it?
makes you good. In any case, my bottom line is do what makes you feel good.
Good
No, but
point. Good point.
the point I want to make sure I drive home, because I'm speaking for the women like that were on the video,
Okay.
that I want them to be able to enjoy that dancing. I think that they are enjoying it with maybe too much public display, or in spaces where people would not. Well, I mean, I know people appreciate it, but like appreciating it in a way that would still have honor to them. You can teach people how to do those dances and probably make a whole lot of money. I think that that's something that, I know I'm coming back to churches, but I wish that some churches or some faith-based organizations would do that. Like when they talk about marriage counseling and stuff like that, I wish that they would also incorporate things like that, like not just tango dancing, like teach a woman how to dance very sensually in ways that sometimes their husbands may be desiring to see it in different forms, or may be looking at like certain channels. Teach them how to do it. That way
But you
now
know,
they can be creative in how they do those dances, wearing different outfits and stuff. So that's all I'm saying.
But you know what, Annie? What we have to do is it has to be a washing of those pastors and preachers who wear the gold rings on each finger and got that one gold teeth they got when they was 14. It has to be a washing of those traditional pastors. Because we tell you why. Because those traditional pastors are not going to teach that because they feel like it's against the Bible. They don't talk sex in church. They don't talk sex education in church. And I think that should be the foundation of where it starts. And I think that the churches are so heavenly high, they're no earthly good. And so what happens, they just teach, oh, Moses, oh, Noah did this, but we're not talking about sex. And I'm telling you right now, the Bible is full of it. And they don't even preach about it. They don't talk about how Solomon talked about drinking the water of through it under his wife's, the valley of his wife, and sucking of her breast and all. They don't talk about none of that. And it's in the
When
Bible.
exactly he said that?
You got to go read Solomon, sir. He talks about being intimate with his wife and how he touches his wife.
First of all, I would be very happy to call me sir. Okay.
We'll go to. Hold on. Put a pin in that one.
Just
We gotta give Vaughn to give his opening remarks. We got to give Vaughn to give his opening remarks here. So everybody hold tight. Let's let Von Bryant get out here, because y'all know how Von Bryant can get, man. If you push him, you poke him a little bit.
Wow, come on, man. I'm not that bad. I'm not that bad, brother. Come on. What you trying to say? What's going on, everybody?
What's going on, big brother? How you doing, man?
Good. Now, of course, my opinion is going to be the most unpopular one.
Okay.
The one that's most disagreed with. And okay. I can roll with that.
Okay.
You know? But the black woman is being misrepresented by other black women.
Agreed.
And I put that in the chat.
Come on, boy.
I put that in the chat because this is a reputational thing. You see what I'm saying? And the black woman is being very misrepresented. You see what I'm saying? She's just a piece of meat that just pooches her ass in the air every chance that she gets. The behavior is very, very out of order. I don't believe that can anybody on the panel tell me that this type of behavior is pleasing to God? I'll give you a second.
Nope.
So here we are. And it's not a judgmental thing, you know. And people are often offended by the truth. I heard an say, hey, if you're going to give it to me where I can get it and take it and, curtail it so that I can catch it real good. Because if you're not careful enough, I may be offended by what you say. Now, see, you have some people that will go along with that, but then you have some other people that they just tell you the straight truth. Have you become my enemy now because I'm telling you the truth?
You Ephesians, baby, come on.
You see what I'm saying? And so what we're seeing now, man, is a very perverse movement. That's what we're looking at. The women are leading with their asses instead of the character.
Okay.
What do we have to say about that? Every 5 minutes, you have to put your ass on display. Your entire naked ass. Do you see what I'm saying?
Preach, Vaughn. Preach, boy.
And so now we sit and we glorify this. We glorify this behavior because it's all over social media. You see what I'm saying?
Vaughn, I have a question. How do we glorify it? Please explain that.
How do we glorify it? Come on,
yes,
man.
Sir.
But look at the videos that you just showed. Now listen, let me be honest. They were quite distracting. I'm just saying. You see what I'm saying? But the point of the matter is that God wants us to have some structure to our lives.
Agreed.
You see what I'm saying? And a woman should be in modest apparel. You see what I'm saying? Leave something to the imagination.
Okay.
Anytime we can look at you and see your birth canal, something is wrong.
Come on, Doc.
So the Black woman is misrepresented by who? Her own behavior. Now, does that mean that all Black women are this way? No, they're not. But those that are not that way are looked upon that way because of the behavior of many. And I landed right there.
Okay, I got a question for you. We're gonna move on over to Bolo, but
Can I add something for a second, guys? Clarence, I want to add something.
Go ahead.
First of all, like I agree that this stuff doesn't make the woman that doing it in public look good. But like I said to Annie, do what makes you happy. Just in my view, not next to kids. This all twerking stuff.
Okay. All right. Now, can I ask my question now, Avogado?
You want to ask me a question?
I want to. No, I'm asking.
Also, I want to say other stuff to what is name to Black man or
I'm asking Vaughn a question.
Wait a minute, wait, Brother Clarence, can I just say something to Vagoda? Because I feel like there's a disconnect between what I said and what he just said right there. Okay. I'm not saying me or anyone twerk in public. That's not what I'm saying. So it would be me not doing it, not just in front of kids, but I wouldn't do that in front of my mother. I'm not saying that about me. What I'm saying is the people that, like the women in the video, that they could perhaps be of use to some people that don't know how to do that and maybe not do it the way that they're doing it now and teach people. That's the only point I was making. Not that I'm ready to go out there and say, hey, let me go to the club, let me do some twerking. I wasn't saying for me.
All right.
Okay.
Can I ask my question now?
I want to say to the, what is name, Black man or something, please don't call.
Okay. Can I ask my question now?
What do you say?
Yes, go ahead. Please don't call me sir.
I guess
I'm not anyone.
He used to be in the army, so he don't want you to call him sir. All right, let me ask my question to Vaughn. Vaughn, are you there?
I'm here.
Wait a minute, Clarence, you want to ask me something, no?
No, I want to ask Vaughn. This is the fifth time.
Okay.
Ask Vaughn a question.
Hush your mouth.
All right, so I want to ask Vaughn. Vaughn, yeah, you said that we should be that these women are doing all this stuff on their own. Now, my question to you is, Do you think that there's a deeper reason behind what they're doing, or you think it's just them on their own just behaving this way?
I think that it's an over-exaggerated need for attention. You see what I'm saying? They lacked attention somewhere along the line.
Agreed.
And so now this is how they go about getting it. And to me, it's very inappropriate. You see what I'm saying? It's just inappropriate.
Okay.
You know? And likewise, I would be remiss if I didn't point out the fact that the brothers are the ones that's making it rain on this behavior. See?
Agreed.
We're squandering our dollars, our hard-earned coins, and we're promoting the behavior. And then we get on these panels and we want to act like, oh, well, look at what they're doing. Well, we're promoting it as well.
Yeah. Agreed. All right, y'all. I want to get Bolo's comments about what we've been talking about, and then I think we're gonna start wrapping up. Brother Bolo, are you still with us?
I am here.
All right, brother. Do you have any comments about anything anybody said, or pushback or agreement?
No pushback. I think to what Anae said, that an environment needs to be created, because there's a time and place for everything. An environment needs to be created where the elder women can teach the younger women what is desirable to a husband. I'm saying, so she's absolutely right that we need to create these spaces that are safe, so that these things can be taught, not only just mentally, spiritually, physically, and emotionally. All these things need to be done. So yeah, I agree with the 100%. That's it.
And listen, that place is not on the top of a table in a restaurant. You see what I'm saying? Because we've gotten out of control now. See, we stand on tabletops in a public restaurant, and we display this behavior.
Well, nothing is private anymore.
Exactly.
Nothing is private. So, there's certain, again, this goes to the morality and further how far away we are from the Father. Because again, there are certain things that a man and a woman should be able to do, right? But it's between them. Now if women want to hold a court where they are teaching other women where this can benefit them, then that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. And I have a quick question too, and maybe you all can help me with this, and maybe it just has to do with what I'm seeing, but from what I'm noticing, I don't see a lot of white people doing all these outlandish behaviors. I don't see Chinese people and Indian people, of other races doing this. The majority of it, I see our sisters doing it. Now, is it because I'm just like got my head in the sand and I don't realize that everybody's doing it? But I just happen to see our sisters in these positions.
Well, it's a systematic attack on us. So we have to understand that the media portrays us in the worst ways, right? Especially when it comes to crime. Not that we don't do the crime, but they over exaggerate and they put more of us on social media and television opposed to what they do. So what we need to do is be more cognizant of this and say, you know what, let's not do these things where it can be exorbitantly exaggerated that we're the only ones that do it. I mean, there's white sex work too, but we have to understand that there's an attack socially, on people of color, right? On masculinity. There's different fronts in which the enemy moves in. So we need to walk more circumspectly with what we do and whom we represent, and be cognizant of that.
And I could definitely chop it up to my ignorance, because it was a very sincere question. It's just based upon what I see, and maybe because that's what's in my algorithm. Put it that way. It could be that.
Oh, Ron, telling on yourself, man.
Hey, man. Hey, I'm a very transparent individual. I see all things and look at all things.
Good point, Great Pill. Good point. We try to push forward, like Vaughn always says. We're pushing forward. And Summerman's Posse, I wonder what we would think if twerking was seen as a cry for help. I don't see that. This is the problem, Summer. This is why I raised this question, because most of the time, most of us, especially black men, we don't see black women doing these things as cries for help. We see them as overt narcissism and a desire to control and destroy the happiness that we got going on, right? That's how black men see it, right? They see, oh man, she's twerking in there, or she's starting some type of argument or something like that in a public space. Because here's the thing. Back in the day, we as men, we felt obligated if black women were attacked or in some type of altercation, we felt obligated to step in and try to resolve it before somebody got hurt. In today's world, most black men, they don't feel that way. They feel the opposite way. I better stay out of it. I don't know what she did and what's going on, and for me to step in there and get myself hurt or myself killed, where I don't even know what's going on, I'm not going to do it, because the value or the perception of black women has turned on its head, where now she's not to be trusted. I just was watching something a couple earlier today where a black woman was saying that the police had assaulted her, and I guess she didn't recognize that they had on body cams, but they had assaulted her and they were talking to her, they were mistreating her, and the body cams proved the exact opposite. Then we had the brick lady, right? So what are we learning about black women? Do not trust them. Do not trust what they're saying. Do not listen to what they're saying, right? But that's unfortunate to the situation that we're in now, because so many black women are crying out for help, but they don't know how. Summer, that's the problem. They don't know how to cry out for help with just saying, hey, I need some help somewhere. Most of them are so driven to be liked or to be wanted that they will go to these extreme lengths to accomplish that, in my opinion, right? Shout out to Anthony T. Biz, by the way, man. Glad to see you in the building, my brother. Good to see you. T. Biz?
Brother Clarence.
Yes, sir.
I don't think women are crying out for help when they twerking. Let me tell you why. Anytime a woman who has a size 2 waist and a 56-inch ass, and she can jump up on a table and make one cheek bounce for 3 minutes while the other one sits still, she ain't crying out for help. She's looking for a talent agent because she's very talented in that area. There are women, like Edie said earlier, that are very gifted, and I'm telling you, they can make one of those ass cheeks jump up for about 3 or 4 minutes, and the other one just sit there and look at it. And I think that, I don't think women are crying out for help. I think they're crying out for sponsorship. They're looking for somebody to sponsor them. They're looking for somebody that will come in and give them that money.
Let me ask you a question, brother. If you saw a drug addict putting a heroin needle in his arm,
okay,
and would you say that was a cry for help or was not a cry for help?
I would say that he has an addiction. He has an addiction, and he can't go long without putting that needle in his arm. I don't think he's crying out for help. I think he's trying to feed him.
Thing.
It's not the same thing.
Sometimes let me explain what I'm talking about, black man. You can respond. Sometimes people cry out for help. They don't know. They're not consciously crying out for help. They're unconsciously crying out for help, right? Because they may have the spirit of pride in them, and they don't know how to express that they need help directly. They feel like they're going to be vulnerable if they say, I need help. Because everybody's already told them, get off the drugs. Everybody's already told them, you can't come in my house. Everybody's already told them, you can't borrow nothing, right? So they feel like they don't want to feel that pain of rejection, so they don't directly They don't know how to directly say, I need help. This is way beyond my ability to resolve this in a constructive way. They don't know how to say that because nobody wants to hear, I told you so. I told you not to do that. So that's my point is, okay, if they're like that and the drug addicts like that, how come shout out to Sheila, by the way, how come you can understand that for a drug addict, but we can't understand that for our sisters that are out here doing reckless things in the public that they probably should be doing, reserve it for the privacy of their own homes. Can you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I just want to add a caveat to it. When a crackhead or a heroin addict put that needle in their arm, they're not the only benefit they're getting is that they're putting poison in their bodies, and over time it's going to break down the body to the fact that they may OD one day or pass away. These women out here who can twerk and they can use that ass to make I don't know a woman that's crying out for help that's making $1,500 to $4,000 a night bouncing ass. I don't know women that when they go get their fix, they're getting their fix in the amount of, I'm going to take this home. And there are women, I'm going to send you this link, Brother Clarence, I'm going to email it to you. There's this link of women who are ex-dancers who have gone on to OnlyFans. And some girls even now in the strip club are making at Magic City in Atlanta, they're making $3,500 to $4,000 a night.
So what?
Twerking that ass. I'm saying, but look at that, how much they're making in a week. So you do 4 times, they working 5 days a week or 6 days a week. You do 6 days a week times $4,000 a night. They're making somebody's yearly salary in 1 week.
So what?
But that's the point that I'm making.
The principle is the same, is what I'm saying. The principle is the same. They have an addiction to this fast money. Right? And they can't see far enough down the road that fast money usually has a fast fall. They can't see it, right? They just say, I'm gonna get all this money and it's gonna solve my problems. And I would say 99% of the time, it doesn't solve all their problems. It creates even more problems for them. Just like the drug addict. I'm gonna take this hit and I'll feel better. But they're gonna end up feeling worse after the hit wears off, right? It's the same principle. And I'm saying the same thing with it. Oh, go ahead.
So how old are you, Brother Clarence?
I'm 56.
How old are you, Vaughn?
62.
190. What?
Bolo. Bolo gone. Okay. The reason I asked that, so Vaughn Bryan, how old are you, Vaughn?
62.
62. Okay, so we have someone in their 50s, someone in their 60s. You mean to tell me, Vaughn,
how old I am?
Oh yeah, how old are you? I'm sorry. Go ahead. How old are you?
I'm 3'1".
Oh, okay. Now let me ask you this. You mean to tell me, Brother Clarence, somebody come to you in your 50s and say, Brother Clarence, you know what? Man, you are so good with the community. I want to change your life financially. But all you got to do is, we have these women who are millionaires, who are retired millionaires living in these homes. And all they need once a month, Brother Clarence, is that you and Brother Vaughn and Vagoda come over. And all we want you guys to do is take everything off and put on a tool belt, all your sales down real good. And we're going to pay you $24,000 a month to come dance for these retired millionaire women that don't have no husbands.
I'm not retiring. I don't have money for those ladies, and I'm not going to put any money in those ladies.
No. I'm asking. You missed it, Vagoda. I said they're paying you $24,000 a month to come once a month in a tool belt only and dance for these women who are widowers or who are widows who ain't got no husbands, and they want a man to come all up and put a tool belt on and just twirl yourself around them women for about an hour, and they're going to come together and pay you $24,000 a month. It's hard for me to believe that Brother Clarence Vaughn and Vagoda ain't going to show up once a month now.
Wait a minute.
If I can put a mask, then I will do it. If I can put a mask.
Vagoda, hold on. Can we answer that? Can we answer that for you? Because we might have different answers, right?
Yes,
okay.
Sir.
I will go first. I would never do anything that the whole point of it was money. because I'm smart enough at 56. I'm smart enough to know that when you do stuff that for money, there's always a hook in it. There's always a hook somewhere in it. You know, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna show you something. Hold on 1 second, brother.
And let me just say that there's really no price that you could pay me to undermine, my integrity. You see what I'm saying? I just that's just not how I would roll. I don't have to do degrading and demeaning things in order to get an income. But I do see that the offer would be very enticing to many. See, but what profit you if you gain all of that thing and gain the world but lose your soul? See, there's other things at stake other than financial gain.
All right.
Now, Vaughn, they gonna call. Now, let me tell you, they're gonna call your boy brother Clarence stripper name is gonna be dark slice. His stripper name gonna be dark slice delight, and yours is gonna be brother lemon pepper.
Like I said, guys, if I can put a mask on myself, I don't have a problem to do something like this. For 40K,
Well, we only go
one night.
Go ahead, Pagoda.
Like I said, if I can put a mask on my face and nobody's, filming me or something, then I don't have a problem for doing it for 40K or 50K.
Okay, can I answer now? Can I finish my answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we'll go to. Okay, so let me show you something.
Hey,
I'm
just almost half your age, so I don't have a lot of money anyway.
That's not the point, but go to listen to me, and that's not going to be the point. Do you see what this is? This is the Coleco head-to-head football, right?
Oh man, you done
This
took
is
it way
Coleco
back.
head-to-head football, right?
What?
This is. Go to you too young to know about this. Go look this up on the internet. Coleco football. It's called Ultimate.
This look like a calculator.
It's called Ultimate Quarterback. This is a game from the 1970s that we used to play on rainy days. And
yes, sir.
This is. I mean, I'm a simple guy. This is the kind of stuff that makes me happy.
Brother Clarence, you done got a little older now, so you're gonna get a little cramp in them thumbs. So your thumbs are not like they used to be, man. So be careful, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't let the hate of Von Bryant stop you and slow you down. Still go out there and get you head-to-head football. All right, so anyway, but my point with bringing that up, black man, is that my happiness is come from a greater place. So it doesn't take as much effort to make me happy. Now, when your happiness comes from the world, it's going to take a lot to make you happy. You need this big car. You need this big house. You need this money in the bank. You need this. So when your happiness, there's always a threat of your happiness being cut off. But see, my happiness comes from the God of the universe. So I don't have no threat. Who's going to cut him off for me? You throw me in jail, you could whatever, right? By his allowance, by his grace, if it's gonna push his program. We all remember Isaac, right? Little boy, Abraham had out of with not his wife, but with the maid servant, right? Yeah. So God told him, hey, take the boy up to the hill and sacrifice him, right?
Yeah, that was
Abraham walked him up there, right? And he's walking with the boy is like, man, I'm gonna get to do this with my father. I wanted to serve your God for so long. I saw how diligent you are with it. Let's go. And the boy thinks there's a ram up there waiting, right? When he gets up there, hey, where's the ram? Old man's just sitting there saying, there ain't no ram, son. You the ram. And he probably thought that the young man was gonna go, oh no, and freak out. But the young man said, hey, look, if we got to sacrifice me so that your God can be happy with you, let's do it. Let's get with it. And right when he was about to plunge the knife, something held his hand back, right? So my point is, I want to have that attitude like Isaac. whatever God
Clarence, if
decides,
I
that's
may
gonna happen.
correct you for a little for something small that you said, Isaac, and
Pagoda,
according
if you
to
don't stop,
Any-
no, Brother Clarence, finish what you were saying. Pagoda, don't do that. He was in a good thought. Go ahead, Brother Clarence. Stop that, Pagoda.
okay.
I want to be in the position of Isaac, that mentality as all times, where if anything that I may not appreciate it's happening, but I understand that if I'm rolling with God, he has a purpose. He may have a purpose. It's said all through the Quran at different places where the people don't understand what's going on. God says to them, surely I know what you know now. I got my reasons for why I'm doing this. I got my reasons. You may not understand my reasons because it's above your pay grade. So you may not understand this, but I know why I'm doing this, right? Right? Jesus said the same thing. I could tell you many things, but you can't bear it now. I'm looking at you, man. You don't even understand what I'm doing. Like, just remember Rakim said, I was giving you time to get the last album straight. They said, why you take so long to release this album? Because I was giving you time to get the last one straight. I knew you ain't even got the last one straight. Now, that's why it took so long for me to put this one out. Well, it's the same thing. Jesus said, hey, I have many things I could tell you, but you could not bear it. Right? Because he's looking at him saying, man, you ain't even got this stuff I'm telling you now straight. How can I go farther than this? So let me let you get that stuff straight. Right? And so the same thing with us, we have to be so solid and rooted in God or moving in that direction. None of us are perfect, but we moving in that direction so that fear is not the fear of losing the friendship of a wicked society is not motivating us to say, I got to get more money because I got to keep in line in the friendship of these people. We got to stop that. That's all I'm saying, black man. That's the root of what I'm saying is we have to learn how to love God better. However you can get there. I'm not saying you got to be a particular religion, but however you get there where you know I'm so in good with God and I'm so working toward that whatever God say, man, if some dude jump on me and I got to go, then I got to go. But if it's for God's grace, if it's for God's glory, then we going to let that happen, right? Here we got Trey Ferg here. But that's what I was saying. I would not take no job where I would get paid a whole bunch of money, but I had to leave my morals on the side. I think we've all been there. We've all have had those opportunities, and we have all been made mistakes. That's what. Hey, Trey, that one's on the way. That one's on the way. That one's on the way. That's Mattel right there. That one's on the way.
Brother Clarence, you're gonna get a crap for sure in the old
Clarence,
thumb.
I can just say what I want to say to you for a second.
Hold on, Pagoda. Trey, don't let Vaughns hate. Stop it, man. Just go on, keep on playing the game, man.
The thumbs up like it used to be back in the day.
What is it, Pagoda?
I just want to say that earlier that Isaac was a grown man when all the sacrifices stuff happened, not a child, according to scholars. That just I want to say that, but never mind that.
Why do you always say stuff and then you say never mind that? What? Why did you even say it?
Pagoda, put your mic on mute till Wednesday. Put it on mute till Wednesday.
Wait a minute, black man. How long should he put it on mute?
Until Wednesday. Until Wednesday.
Oh, wow, man. You're gonna be in a timeout now.
All right. Well, let's let Trey get some opening remarks because we're about to start wrapping up, y'all. So, but let's let Trey get some opening remarks. Trey, what do you think about what we've been saying, man? What do you think about the stuff that all of us have been saying? I mean, so much good information that's come out so far. But I'm just warning all of y'all, we're gonna do some solutions. So don't go away. We're gonna start talking about some solutions. Well, go ahead, Trey. What do you think, man?
So, brother, what do you think about working?
Pagoda, hold on. Wait till I call on you. Okay, Trey, go ahead.
What's up, everybody? Happy Sunday. What's up, BMU?
Okay.
Well, I didn't really get the last part of it, but I was watching a little earlier, and when you were speaking about, the women in the community and some of the behaviors when I was commenting, but just based on this question here, Black women truly unworthy of love? I think that Black women are worthy of love. You know, I think that us as men having the ability to love our sisters would really complete us, you know, because I think, you know, I don't think we can just go around in this world not loving anybody, especially our sisters, because our nature's desire craves a woman for the intimacy, for the physical touches. So I think that they are worthy. It's just that based on the behaviors that they exhibit, it's hard for us to release that love to them, because one thing I learned about men who wants to love a woman and who are in love with a woman, the last thing we want is our woman to be on display for the world. I don't think no man really likes that, in a sense. I would desire that, to have their women putting all of their fancy goods on display to the world. So I just think the
Russell
women
Wilson
are.
could.
Yes, and I think he understands the nature of her occupation too. You know, it's sad, but
Kanye
he
doesn't.
accepts that. Yeah, no, not really. Kanye. Yeah,
You don't think he's exploiting that young lady that he's with now? Where, you know,
I mean, they understand that nature.
He didn't even want Kim to walk around like that.
Yeah, they understand that though going in. Kanye's not gonna marry her. He's just trying to stay relevant. You know, when they do stuff like that, they try to stay
She's his wife.
But still, but hey, listen, Kanye don't even like us, so I don't even really listen to nothing Kanye has to say. He damn near, he said all y'all ancestors had a choice to be slaves, so I don't listen to nothing that he really says. He's got some problems right now, but I think sisters are worthy of love. I would hate to think that, you know, going forward, if you have daughters or, you know, nieces, that they would forever be single and still carry on with having babies out of wedlock and all of that mess. But you only gonna get it one chance. You're gonna get about 3 chances to find love. The first 3, we ain't ready. The first 2, we ain't ready. We still think we young, we gonna miss out. And that last one may be a little rough to find. So
Now, Eni deserves love on every level, but not these other tramps.
okay, yeah. And she's probably already had 2 opportunities already. And now, you know, who knows?
So black man, hold on.
Yes,
black man, you think that just because a woman is twerking, she don't deserve love? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is, listen here, my brother Clarence. Just because, okay, let me say this. Just because God gave me any close ears, just because God blessed me in the lower regions of Africa, don't mean I got to go out in the middle of the day with no underwear on, walking down the street saying, hey, look at this here. God gave me this. Am I deserving of love? I'm walking around with the meat gun out every day. What I'm saying is that most women deserve love, most women don't. My thing is, I don't know no man on this panel. And I know all y'all except for Goda. I don't know why he ain't muted yet. But I'm saying I don't understand how a man can marry a woman and go down her social media page and all your homeboys then seen her naked or hadn't seen her whole ass, her breasts, everything. Like, how could you love a woman who's been shared with everybody virtually and sometimes and most of the time physically?
Okay, so you don't think that there's that God can restore a woman that has maybe not had the fortunate position to know the difference between good and bad men, or that was under the spell thinking that bad men were better than good men? You don't think God can restore that woman?
Yeah, God can restore that woman, but he can't erase her Facebook page.
Well, I mean, all she got to do is erase it, right?
No, the internet's forever. How many people have shared it or screen recorded it? See, that's what people make mistakes at. Right now, a girl can go online and twerk, and a dude gonna screen record and say, damn, and he gonna send it to his homeboy. Boy, you seen her? Right? So it'll never leave the internet. She could delete her whole page. It's gonna be there. And so my thing is, when men see you naked, that, like I told you about the school teacher, you got 16-year-old boys and they're going through their sexual changes right now, and they're looking at how fine their teacher is on OnlyFans, butt naked. They looking at their teacher naked on the screen while she teaching.
Well, let me just say this,
okay,
if I could.
Go ahead, Mark. And then we
Just
got to bring
real quick.
Anthony T. Biz.
Yeah.
Maiden voyage.
Yeah, that's good, brother. It's good to see. But let me just say this. The behavior does not determine whether or not you are worthy of love, because you are worthy of love. You see what I'm saying? For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. Okay, so we all know that. You see what I'm saying? But let me just finish the point. You see, so it's not the fact that you are not deserving of love. We all are. You see what I'm saying? But the point of the matter is, do you love yourself? Do you have any amount of respect for yourself? Self-respect is what we're lacking. And this is why we see the behavior. You see what I'm saying?
Well, see, that's why I agree with you, Vaughn, with that. But and then I'm gonna let Anthony T. Biz get in. But my point is, even though we might be doing stuff that might look crazy, that doesn't mean we don't deserve love. That was my point. Exactly. Or we don't deserve an intervention, right?
Exactly. While we were yet in sin, Christ died for us. So yeah.
See, this is my point.
While we were yet cutting up, while we were yet making it rain in the titty bag.
That is my point. That is my
Brother
point.
But Brother Clarence, you got a son, right?
Yes, sir. 3. Yes.
Would you accept your son loving a woman who has exposed herself, her body, and who she is? Are you okay with him? Or is she deserving of love if it's coming from your son?
No, I admit I would not point my son in that direction. But but what I would rely on more than what she's done in the past, because trust me, there's 7 of us on this panel, and if we start doing digging in each other's past, we'll find something. So we all have a past. So except for you, black man. The rest of us, we got a past out here, right?
Why you gonna leave him out?
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Hold on now, because they don't leave me out, because I was a Doberman at a pork chop shop. So but I will say,
hold on, black man. Let me finish this thought. Let me finish this thought. And I got to get Anthony T. Biz in. Okay, so my point is that we've had people such as a man called Lazarus. In the Bible, there's a man called Lazarus, right? But why was he selected? Even though he was doing all of these crazy things, he was still selected to be restored, right? And that is a point to us that the average person would say, why would you restore that person? There's many other better people that you could restore. Why restore that person? But in my opinion, that's to show us that it's not our decision who is able to be restored. It's not, that's above our pay grade, right? Only thing we can do is, like Bolo was saying, we got to put the word out here. We got to try to create the environment where people doing these kind of things will see that there's a path where they can walk out of this stuff. If my son was dealing with a woman like that, I would be much more involved, much more concerned with her current character than what she has done in the past. And if she's still connected to that past, thinking wise, if she's still connected to that past, then I would have a big issue with that. But if she's has disconnected herself spiritually and mentally and emotionally from that, hey, that was me when I was crazy. That was me when I was young. I didn't know what I was doing. But now I have more light in my head. Now I'm on this path here. Then I would be more open to seeing if she's truly genuine about that. I'm just being honest about that. But before we go any further, I want to bring on Anthony T. Biz. This is first time on the show, and I'm glad to have him over here, as he's a transplant from the Bolo TV, The Village. T. Biz, what's going on with you, man?
What's going on? How y'all doing?
Well, do you have, brother, anything you want to comment on or say anything about anything we've been talking about?
Well, like I said, the first time I catch you live, I said I was gonna come on. I told you. You took forever
Glad to see you, brother. Glad to have you in the
You
building.
too, man. You too. So the question for the show right now, it says black women truly unworthy of love.
Yes.
So you got to ask the question, really and truly, who is worthy of love?
Point.
Because if the black woman is unworthy of love, then that means that there has to be that they have to be an exception to the rule. That's number one.
Okay.
Number two, if by default a black woman is undeserving of love, then who else is undeserving of love?
Mm-hmm.
And if anyone else is undeserving of love, then who does God love? These are the things and the questions that we have to ask ourselves when we make the statements that someone is unworthy of love. Because technically, really and truly, when you get to the brass tacks of it, everyone is unworthy of love.
I see where you're going with that. Okay. I see where you're going with
Everyone
that.
is unworthy of love. And that's why to love someone is to have a choice in loving them. There has to be a choice made. So when the scripture tells us, as Vaughn pointed out in John 3:16, for God so loved the world, he's talking about, when you look at that whole setup, when the scripture uses the word world, it points it in three different directions. It either talks about the creation of God, your trees, your plants, the dirt, the seas, the rivers, stuff like that, right? Stars, sun, stuff like that. His universe, right? It also point into the people of the world. It's the other way that it's mentioned. So it's talking about mankind, right? Humans. And then the third point of when the scripture talks about it, it's talking about the world system or the culture, right? Things and stuff that's, and when it talks about that the world is against God in the scripture, it's talking about the world system, the culture is against God and the things
Agreed.
of God. That's what the enmity is, right? Now,
Agreed.
the people that are in the culture, right? Here's the kicker behind it. Even though the system is against God, God still loves the people. And in the
Agreed.
love of the people, it was his choice to do so. He could have wiped everyone out at the garden. Once man screwed up, he could have said what? And you're done. Right? But as the scripture says, and you go through it, it was the plan of him to redeem mankind before the foundation of the world. So he knew these things were going to happen. He still chose to love us, and he still chose to put the things together that's going to reconcile us to himself. So with that being the case, he then, not only in his choice to love us, he then said, I'm not even going to force you to love me, because
Good
to
point.
truly love someone,
Good
it
point.
has to be a choice. So he gives us the option.
Good point. I wanted to, but man, that is a great point, Anthony. Thank you. Let me let you finish, but that was a great point.
But he gives us the option to then, do we love him? Do we accept what he's done? Or do we reject it? If we reject it, okay, fine. And that doesn't stop me from loving you. But because you reject what I've put forth for you in this path of reconciliation, and you have rejected that, okay, fine. You want an existence without me. You want the things without me. You want to exist without me. And I say, fine. I will leave you to exactly what you want. And so now, because that happens when a person dies apart from God, they get what they want. They go to what they always wanted, which is a life without Christ, which is a life without God. Why would you want to be in the presence of someone you do not like? Why do you want to be in the presence of someone you do not love. So the real question is, it's not really, are black women truly unworthy of love? Do black women know what love is?
Good point.
Wow. Yeah. That's
And then you have to ask the questions on top of that. Do we truly know what love is?
Okay. So, can I respond?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. That was great. That was a great soliloquy about love and what love is and what biblically what the Bible says and what God says. And I love every part of it. I think that we're talking about two different things. Let me tell you why. Is everybody deserving of love? Absolutely, because God is love. We know that, right? Love is kind. It doesn't boast. It doesn't keep a record of wrongdoings. We know what that love is. I think we're talking about two different things about when we see a woman that we meet, and we see a woman saying, "Listen, I have just hypothetically speaking here, I have 8 children by 7 baby daddies. I deserve to be loved." Yes, you do deserve to be loved by your brothers and sisters in Christ, but do you deserve to be loved by a man to come in and marry you? Do you deserve that kind of love? Do you deserve a man that of means, who wants a family, who wants a legacy to leave behind? Do I have to, just because we speak of what love is, does she really deserve to have the intimacy of love, the agape love? Does she need eros love, not agape? It's just different types of love. The eros love, does he need to come in and have the eros love for her and be in love with her and make love to her, be her husband, and lead her and with 8 other children by 7 different men? I think that's where it splits.
I know, for me personally, is all one and the same, right? Because if you understand the love of God, you understand how to love another person. So now the question becomes, here's the deal: are you willing to redeem this woman?
There you go. Good point. Good question.
That's what you really asking. Are you willing to redeem this woman? Are you willing to take on all of these things that this woman has in her past? All of these things, these 8 children from 7 baby daddies, all of these different things, right? Are you willing to redeem her and them? But here's the kicker. To redeem both, to redeem them, to redeem her and those children, what does she have to do?
Well, what she would have to do as a woman, she would have to not only know her place, she'd also have to know her position and that man's vision and where that man's going. She'd have to have provision from that man, and there shouldn't be any pushback from this woman when a man is trying to lead her. However, I understand.
Hold on a second.
Go ahead.
Look in the chat. See what Vaughn said. She has to repent. She has to repent. She has to turn away from that life.
Okay.
She can't continue doing that life. If I'm going to redeem her to myself, which means she now belongs to me now, I am willing to pay the price. I am willing to sit through all of the garbage that she's gone through. I'm willing to sit there through everybody that sit there and say that she a hoe. I'm willing to sit there and go through all of the deal about some dude being able to come up to me and say, what? Oh man, I had that. I didn't done that. Her stuff is fire. I mean, I'm willing to sit there and take all of that because I now say what? She's mine regardless of what she has done.
Hold on.
No, but see, here's the deal.
Hold on.
Hold on a second, bro. Hold on a second. This is why I said what I said before. You have to understand the love of God, even when you factor it into your relationships with people. You have to, because if you don't, then you can't sit there and say that you are of God. You can't.
So you saying, so if I don't put a cape on, Hey, hold on.
No,
So,
no. You're missing the point.
No, let me say this. I'm going to take the cape out of it.
Let
So
him finish.
you mean to say that we need to have a world full of Hoseas?
If God called you to be a Hosea, yes.
What is a Hosea, if I may ask?
This is not for everybody. This is one of those hard truths. This is not for everybody.
Agreed.
No, that's right.
This is not for everybody.
Because,
I don't want to. If my son was to come up to me and say something foolish like that, say something to me about getting with some woman, I would do just what Vaughn said. I would try to point him everywhere, everything. I would bring him the pros, I would bring him the cons, and everything else. And I would say, you are in for a world of hurt and pain, and you are in for a struggle. I said, because there is something about if you are getting with a woman who is loose and who has a past that is like this, that woman is no different than if she did porn or she was a prostitute or whatever that case may be. She is no different. A woman that has a ton of kids, about a ton of different men, is in that same category. They have sold their bodies for whatever, be it money, be it protection, be it security, be it for whatever the case may be. That's what they have done. And now they want another person to take on responsibilities that are not, or shouldn't be theirs to take on when you look at it on a secular level. But if he comes to me and he says, yeah, Dad, I know that, I understand, but we've had talks about this. She's not in that life anymore. She doesn't deal with that side of the world anymore. She's saved now. She's following the Lord. Yes, that's her past and everything else. I've prayed upon it and everything else. I'm gonna say, bro, I wouldn't do it, but if God called you to do this, go with God. That's what I'm gonna say. Because that is we gotta, when we talk about, and over in the village, Bolo says it all the time, and it gets glossed over, but it is true. Salvation is personal. Your relationship with Christ is personal. He will call you to do things that is not like what everyone else does. He will call you to move in ways that everybody else won't understand, that everyone else would think it's foolish, all of these different things. But when you understand God's love for us, when you understand the cause of redemption and what it entails, that is completely different. Now, if he's just running behind her because she looked good and everything else, and she's still living every kind of way and all this other foolishness, then what? You're gonna reap the cost. You're gonna have that consequence of just about everybody else. Yes, she gonna throw you on child support. Yes, she gonna do this. She gonna get pregnant by you and try to come up with another bag, the whole nine. It's gonna happen. But the fact of the matter is, we like to say, yeah, we believe in God and we believe this and everything else. But for some reason, and I have yet to figure this out, but for some reason, we don't believe that God will do what he says he's going to do. And God doesn't move like he says he moves. If God can change hearts and minds, he can change hearts and minds. It does not matter what the person was or what the person is doing. I can tell you, I can sit here and point to you and give you names and numbers, jokers who were in the pen, and they had come out on fire for Christ. And you know what they do? They have not gone back. They are moving 100%, and they've been out for years. 4 years.
You know what, though? Can I say, you just add this in there real quick? I
Okay.
think if a man chooses to be with a woman with 8 children, with 7 baby daddies, he has not to be. The only church that I would recommend him go to is the Catholic Church, because she's going to need an exorcism. Because see, what we're believing is, let me start here. Let me tell you why she's gonna need an exorcism. Anytime a woman lays down with a man, there's a transfer of energy, transfer of spirit to that woman through the penis of that man. And if she's been with a man, she will take on his characteristics, she will take on his actions, she'll take on his attitude, smart mouth, she becomes bitter, she becomes mean, she becomes bipolar, she becomes all these different things, because we know about soul ties and how soul ties work, especially with women who are emotional. So if he chooses to be with a woman who has all these different children, who has gone through all these different traumas, who have taken on all these different spirits from men sexually, mentally, and spiritually, she's going to need an exorcism to release those demons that has been put inside of her body over the last 20 years. What man wants to deal with a woman he got to get up and throw holy water on before he have sex with her?
All right, let me just interject right here real quick, if I could. You know, and I'm a firm believer in this, black man. You see what I'm saying? If any man be in Christ, now listen to the heaviness of the word. If any man be in Christ, and it doesn't just only relate to men, but men and women. If any man, woman be in Christ, they are a new creature. Behold, all things pass away, all things become new. Now, see, that's where God steps in and replenishes. That's where God steps in and changes the life. That's where there's a rebirth that took place. You see what I'm saying?
There goes back to what I was saying.
And look, can I say something? Because you know,
hey, what's up, man?
What's going on, my
Seems like I talked to you not too long ago. Go for it.
You know, we have these conversations all the time, man. And you know, I understand that, you know, it's harder to swallow when we're talking about women, because these same women that have slept with different men, these men have slept with different women. But we don't hold the same type of reverence and vigor when it comes to talking about men. But when we talk about women, we have this vigor, and I understand that they being, you know, the gift given unto a man. We have to understand the difference between the connection or the law, the moral or the gospel of Moses, opposed to the covenant of Christ. The covenant of Christ is about redemption. The covenant of Christ is about second chance. It's about grace. It's about mercy. Okay? Because if we hold, and these are the things that we have to be very wary and mindful of what we say, because the same way you judge is the same way you will be judged. So the same way you hold that woman in that same type of thought process is the same way we're going to hold men. Because there's a lot of men that had real sketchy pasts. But you know what? We want to give them a second chance. There's a lot of men that slept with a lot of women. There's some men that got 8, 9, 10 children out there. So what do we say? When they're ready to say, you know, I'm giving my life to Christ and I'm going to change, I was bugging. Yeah, I had the devil on me. I'm no longer in that thought process. So what do? Do we throw them to the wayside? What do we say? They're not worthy of a second chance. They're not worthy of a woman to look past what they've done, or is willing to take on what they've done, the whole entirety. Is it going to take a special man? Absolutely. Absolutely. Like Aunt said, would I try to talk my son out of it? No, I would tell him the pluses, the cons, and the pros to what you're dealing with. If this is the woman that you truly want to be with, my G, understand it's going to be uphill. Understand what comes with this. However, we have to understand that this is a child of God, man. And to speak with such a directional path of saying that a woman can't be saved, she has to have, you know, exorcism. She needs to be doused in hot oils and holy water and this and that and the third. Christ can do all of that, bro. Christ can do all that. But when we speak with such angst towards women, and when we talk about men, we want mercy. When we talk about men that have the same sketchy past, when we talk about men that make the same stupid decisions, we want mercy and grace for him. But when it comes to her, we need to put our foot on her throat. There's going to be
Bolo,
hold on.
Bolo, you know you're wrong, Bolo.
Hold on 1 second. There's going to be men that's not going to be saved neither, brother. The same way you made it so eloquently that there will be women that's not saved. There will be men too. So we don't know which man that is. We don't know. So what do? Not go out there and give the love and mercy and grace that Christ offered you? Because the same way you're ready to say that she needs to be exercised and you're throwing all of these different things, Christ could have took that position with you, but didn't. So we have to be very mindful of the mercy and the grace that he performed on that cross for us, that we don't offer it to anybody else. Be very mindful.
Now, Bolo, I wanted to say this as a response. I don't know one man who has had a bad past, because I grew up around a lot of uncles who were those men, and I don't know no man that I've known. I'm just talking from me, anecdotally from me. I don't know no man who has got no grace from being a hoe. Now I know women who said that nigga ain't shit and don't be around him. He a hoe. He ain't shit. He ain't nothing. Papa was a rolling stone. Wherever he laid his hat was his home. God, stay away from him. He trash. Girl, he poison. Girl, he toxic. I don't know no men that got no grace, Bolo. Men got it put to them. Men got the foot put on their neck. Now I'm telling you, these women, when a man was a hoe, they made sure the world know you a hoe. Girl, I wouldn't fool around with him, girl. I heard he was with Tasha them. Girl, you know he slept with Angela. Ooh, baby, stay away from him. So I know that's what I'm saying. I don't know no man that got no grace.
Well, this is what I'm gonna
Hey,
say.
big black man. Oh, sorry.
Let me just say this, and I promise I'll give you the floor. This is what I'm gonna say. You know, there's a reason why the Lord speaks the way he does in Ephesians chapter 6. There's a reason why he speaks that way. You know, and there's a reason why the Lord tells you that, Christ over man, man over woman. There's a reason why he says that the man is the glory of Christ and the woman is the glory of the man. Because he wants you to understand what it is to feel like to be betrayed. Understand that. Understand that we slept with many gods, my G. Understand that we were intimate with many gods, and the Lord still took us back. Understand we put a whole lot of gods, whether it was a woman, your money, your job, whatever, above him. And the Lord still was patient enough to say, you know what? Forgive him for what he's done. He knows no better. Forgive him. Now, I understand that point you just made, that, in this world, there is no forgiveness for men. Men have to stand up on their own. They have to create their redemption. I get your point. However, we can't allow that to affect the gospel that is supposed to reign in us, in that Holy Spirit that is supposed to be in us as we walk with that light. It isn't supposed to. It does at times. And this is why I say, forsake ye not the assembly of one another, so that when I am in that spirit, my brothers and sisters can put me back on the good foot that I need to be on. The vibration in which you're kicking, the vibration in which you're coming with that made me come back, is there's a difference of grace and mercy for women than there is for men in the spirit. I'm not talking about society. I'm not talking about what this world gives. The hell with this world. We already know it's going to be burned. We already know to be a friend of this world is to be enmity with Christ. As Ant said, we understand that. The point of the matter is to be in the Holy Spirit, to be in the Father, is to have that same grace and mercy that he bestowed on you for you to bestow on others, and not deliver it with angst or different vigor. That's not your job. He ain't disrespecting you. When these women act the way they act, they're disrespecting Christ. It ain't you. When these men act out, they're not disrespecting you. They're disrespecting Christ and his moral system. So you shouldn't be offended. He should. And that's the only point that I'm trying to make. The same love and the same grace we give to each other, let's give it to strangers and give it to these women that have made some bad decisions, some horrible decisions. I got you. But if this woman is willing to make a change and has made that change, like Von Bryan has said, she's a new creature. You're a new creature. You're a new creature. Hang your old man on the cross with Christ. We can't hold that against him, man, because you don't want it held against you. And be wary that the same way you judge is the same way you will be judged. This is why Christ said, he who has no sin, cast the first stone. I'm sorry, Anae.
Wow. This is what happens when you get a lot of charismatic people on a panel.
Oh, yes. Yes, go, baby.
I'm gonna get everybody on. That's why I'm gonna get everybody from the village over here. Bolo's gonna sit over there by himself, man. I'm gonna get them all over here. All right, let Bolo go over there to the village and sit there by himself. But I'll have him over here too. All right, let's Sister
Annie, so I think I need to go. So
okay.
Hey, Annie want to talk, man. Can we let Annie get it out? You can hold on for another 30 seconds.
Wait, black man, hold on. Hold on. We're gonna let Pagoda go because I know he's gotta go, man. He's on a different type of time than we are. Okay, Pagoda, give some last words and then, man.
It's after midnight right here, you know.
Pagoda, go.
Okay, so I want to say, I forget what I want to say, well, at least most of it. Well, good night, and I hope, what, I need to sleep.
Thank you, Pagoda, appreciate you, man.
Yeah, in any case, just, you know what, actually I want to say something.
Okay.
Annie, to our dear Annie.
Yeah.
You know, it's, I always say it, you know, if you should, if you do those, you know what, I forgot what I want to say. I'm waiting for my turn, and then I forget what I want to say. Yeah.
Right, guys, we got to write it down. You're getting old like us, Pagoda.
Oh, actually, yes, actually, if I remembered. Bolo, you know,
Bolo got your holy water. You need an exorcism.
Black man, stop it. Go ahead.
What exorcism? You want to kick me out, black man?
No, we want to get you exorcism before you get up out of here. We need an exorcism on you. You don't know what you're saying. That's what spirit talking for you right now.
We'll go to ignore him. We'll go to ignore him. Go ahead. Go complete your thought.
What did you say, Clarence?
I said ignore Black Man Unfiltered right now. Just go ahead and finish your thought. Because we know you gotta go.
In any case, Bolo, you know, you and I forgot the name of the other guy, the question guy, you're doing a lot of lives in your channel. So when you're going to get people up to your lives?
What?
I'm talking to Bolo.
Yeah, but
I'm saying on Bolo's channel, they do a lot of lives. So he was saying for him and Anthony, he said, when are y'all going to do the next live? That's what he was trying to say.
Oh,
exactly.
I'm trying to say that I want to come up his live like I do, like I come up in Clan's live. That's what I want to say.
Our next live, Vagoda, is you talking about me or Black Man?
I'm talking about you.
Oh,
you and Anthony.
Oh, our next live is we go on every morning between the hours.
I know. You go after, in my time zone it's afternoon. But
Okay.
you know, you never drop the link.
No. When we're reading, there's no link. We're just reading a chapter in the morning just to start our day off. But Thursday nights.
Yeah, so
Thursday nights, Anthony comes on at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I don't know what time that is by you. And you know,
in here it's well, right now it's midnight over here.
Oh, damn, it's crazy. And
yeah, usually, Clarence is pushing this all of this to even sometimes 1 a.m.
yeah.
Yeah.
Or you want to see us Fridays usually between 11:30 and on. You know what I'm saying? So but we've
So
seen
it seems like you're 7 hours ahead of us.
Yeah.
So
Say, Black man, from where are you in the USA? Just wondering.
You said where am I in where? What state I'm in?
Yeah.
I am in Texas.
Ah, so you're a cowboy, no? You're like a cowboy.
Hell
Yeehaw.
no. Hell no. I don't like the Cowboys. But go to you drunk. And I need you to get sober
I don't
sober
drink.
right now.
Don't drink.
We'll go to
I hate
drunk on
alcohol.
we'll go to we gotta go. Come on, man.
Yeah, I need it. Yeah, I'm going to go. I need to sleep.
I do want to say,
guys, good night.
I do want to say,
man,
go to before you go. He already dropped.
All right.
I did want to say
brother.
I did want to say that he was correct in what he was saying to you guys earlier in the show when he was talking about when you were saying that it was Isaac who was born by the slave woman. Isaac was born to Sarah. Ishmael was from the slave woman. So he was correct in what he was saying, even though it sounded kind of off, but he was correct. So just keep that in mind.
All right.
I got to drop down, guys. Big, bro. See, I got to break out, man. Love you all. Thank you guys for having me.
I love you. I'll talk to you. All right. That was Vogoda, a Jewish brother. He all the way in Tel Aviv, man. And Vogoda may have to step out quickly every now and then because, Vogoda's in a situation over there where missiles are flying by his head, stuff like that. So we always give Vogoda a little grace. And thank you, Anthony, because we always accept correction over here, man. So that's why I always send people over to the village. I say I might get it wrong. You go to the village, they'll straighten it out for you. Claire said this. Well, what he meant was this, right? So they will correct it over there on the village. All right. So y'all, let's start getting some solutions to these problems. Let's start getting some solutions to these problems. And a major problem that we have is the perception of Black women, in particular to Black men, the perception, right? 7 babies by 10 different daddies, right? Our perception of Black women is so distorted. And how can we value them? How can we put the value back in Black women? In particularly starting with Black men, because I think once we value Black women more, I think the world will have to be focused on valuing them more and seeing them more than just harlots that are just waiting to be assaulted and all they want is money grubbing and all of this and all of that. So we want to put it in the younger men's mind in particular, that when they viewing Black women, they're not viewing somebody, if they're way out of pocket, they're not viewing somebody that is in their right mind, and they should have some mercy and understanding for them. That way, they won't be so quick to attack them on social media, which supports the infamy that is created by us attacking our own women. I mean, what society can stand up when the men are attacking their own women? No society is going to stand when that situation is happening, right? So, solutions. Any one of y'all want to jump in with some solutions on how we can get fixed the perception of Black women?
Brother Clarence, before you do that, before we go into the thing, I want to say something real quick. In other places, like you just said, in other places they won't stand for that. In other places, the women have to respect the men regardless, because it's law. If right now, if I date a Black woman who got an attitude and I decide I want to go on an anniversary with her to Dubai and she raises her voice at me as a man, then she will be arrested. See, in other countries, they don't take disrespect from their women at all.
Okay.
And so when you come here, A woman can say anything, or she can get on camera. She can cuss a man out in public. She can cuss him out at dinner. She can be very disrespectful because the laws do not. They support that. And so when a man gets out of line, which a man should never put his hands on a woman unless his life is threatened, right? Let's say that. But if his life is threatened, he should defend himself. But he should never put his hands on a woman. In other countries, they're taught you don't disrespect a man, you don't raise your voice at a man, you do not become that which you are not. And so when you raise your voice, we're going to throw you in jail.
I have a response to that. I have a response to that. So, yes, maybe it may be, and I know, especially in the Saudi countries, I know that they are very strict like that. Okay, so, but my point is, God gave us a way where we don't have to be physically aggressive with them if they choose not to follow in our footsteps, right? Or follow in our teachings or our way of trying to lead them into a better lifestyle, right? So instead of being violent with them, God gave us a tool that we can use called sexual. We can alleviate the ones like that are like that, or that want to create an issue by simply not sexually selecting them. The problem is we have been socially engineered to want sex at all times since you was 2 years old. As men, we have been taught that sex is the bigger picture. Even when you watch the cartoons, you'll see somebody like Pepe Le Pew who's on it, or you watch the men in the cartoons, they see Bugs Bunny all dressed up like a girl, they're all on it. See, we've been taught that we're supposed to react like that to women that we find attractive, right? And we're supposed to lose our minds. So therefore, we don't sexually select based on a criteria, just based on one issue. How does she look? Forget her attitude, forget her values, forget her, what she expects out of. We don't even pursue that line of questioning. What do you want out of a relationship? What do you want to be? Well, I want to be the boss in the relationship. Oh, goodbye, right? So we don't even pursue that, right? She say, man, this girl is fine. She is just fine, and she is worth the hell that I'm gonna catch dealing with her, because my friends or other people are going to value me more, and that's going to make me feel better about myself. Them thinking that I'm a person because I got this woman of this certain, beauty appearance. And so what I'm saying is, but God has given us a nonviolent way to deal with that, which is the sexual selection. We don't have to select these women, but we're doing it anyway.
But Brother Clarence, who's leading the country right now in domestic violence?
Who?
I'm asking you. Do you know?
I don't know. I'm asking you. Who?
Lesbian couples. The women are beating the shit out of each other.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
No, what I'm saying is the numbers of men who have become who are becoming violent with women are dropping significantly. That's why the lesbian couples are taking over. A lesbian woman is arrested, because we got to go look at the numbers. A lesbian woman is arrested every 5 minutes, some crazy, for a domestic violence assault against their partner. Right? So the numbers for me.
I think you need to check those numbers. Listen to me, black man. Not about the lesbians, but about black men. Black men, the violence is growing, especially among black women and children. The violence is exploding. So I don't think you're correct on those numbers. You said the numbers are going down. I disagree with that. That's why.
Trey was trying to say something, I think. I think it's just low. Trey was trying to say something. I think it was just low.
Let Trey answer.
Y'all can hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Trey.
We got you.
I'm sorry. Ask that question again. The last question you asked, because I think I heard it right. I just want to make sure I heard it correctly. So before I answer.
You talking to me?
Yes, sir.
I forgot. What question did I ask?
In reference to the men.
Huh?
You were asking about a solution.
Yeah.
What is the solution?
Yeah. For me, and in my understanding and working with youth, and troubled youth, and the young women, most of the message needs to come. Well, two things need to happen. One, once a boy becomes of age, 12, 13, when his scrotum sac separates from his body, mothers need to allow that young man to connect to a righteous brother or their father. Undoubtedly, they need to say, here, it's your time. Teach him how to be the man, a respectful man that he could be to the best of your ability. And if that's not the case, like I said, a righteous man, someone who has no vested interest in trying to sleep with the woman, because he needs to hear a man's understanding of what it takes to respect himself, to respect womanhood, to go out, understand how to create a skill set, whether it's natural or whether it's learning, whatever it takes. But the voice of the behavior from the women needs to come from women. You, on one hand, you have older women telling younger girls, especially in their greatest prime, where they can be chosen to be a wife, don't worry about a man, go out and get your own, blah, 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 do all of this. But at the same time, nobody's telling these young girls, even though you out here taking care of you, doing your thing, don't be out here clapping cheeks. Don't be out here having sex. Because by nature, they're going to have sex. That's by nature. So what guy, and guys are looking at it like, why do I have to invest anything when she's giving me the cheeks just because she's horny? I can take her out to eat or just call her up. I can put a blunt in her. I can give her a favorite drink. Next thing I know, she's sleeping with me. And by nature, tell me any animal in nature who does not have sex with the woman that they desire. Most men desire black women. That's what they part of. So men have always tried to stir that in some capacity, but then you got to go into the powers that be, because you're gonna hear all these love songs. When the love songs, y'all can say it yourself, the love songs will set the booty up right. You ain't got to say a whole lot. You play your little music, the love song will get you where you need to be. In these spaces, men are just starting to have a voice to say, we have always demanded certain things, but you're just not giving it to us. Women are going, and I've talked to women and they've said, well, yeah, I tell young women to go out and do this, but then they'll backtrack and try to sleep with the same man that they telling the young women not to want. And I asked them, why you do that? Well, forget that. It's every woman for himself. So I send them mixed signals. So now we're going to years and years of the same rhetoric, and you see what it's doing to not just the community, but women even more, because men, we understand our place in society. We understand that we on the bottom. We understand that. But we've always been able to make a way. So the voice is going to have to come from women who have a vested interest in people other than themselves. Because you have to tell these young women that their body is more valuable than any money, any jewelry, any clothes that they could ever buy.
Yeah.
So if they don't get that voice from women, because they don't listen to us, man, outside of, if you're not a father, she ain't listening to you. But the mother and the aunties and the cousins or whatever, they have to be willing to say, you know what, I missed my opportunity. I hope it'll come back again. Since you're here, you have to be willing to be disciplined physically. But that's where we are, because most women won't do it. They're going to say, yeah, girl, go ahead and live your best life, blah, blah, blah. And the young girls are, yeah. When you see your mama twerking in front of you, that's the dance you learn to do. You twerk. You show your booty first before your brains. It was a different time then, and we know what it is today. Y'all never saw a woman's booty unless you got good and warmed up to it. She just didn't throw her booty in your face.
Exactly.
You barely saw her breasts.
That's it.
You never saw your mama's breasts. But look at what we see. And if women are putting that out there And it's not just for us, because every nation of man wants a sister. They'll clap a sister's cheek from here to wherever. I don't care what you're talking about.
Well, Trey, you know, I would like to make a distinction between clapping cheeks and actually fulfilling her righteous destiny, which is to be a wife. I think those are two separate issues. So
Exactly.
I think you're right. Every man, a lot of countries, a lot of people want the black woman, and they even have the perception that she is just a, you know, she's just for sex. And so I think a lot of them are intrigued by that. But I think to make her, to bring out of her the righteous person that she's supposed to be, I think that's not what they're looking for, because that takes a lot of responsibility. So I just wanted to make that distinction, Trey.
Right. But if you say that that's not it, when you say that's not what they're looking for, who are you referring to?
I'm referring to almost every man that out there that see most black women. They don't see them as wives in particular. In most cases, they see them as people. They see them as sexual objects that can be violated at any point and taken advantage of, especially the women, the women and the children, the little girls. They see them as sexual objects to violate.
But Brother Clarence, think about it. A lot of these men who are in this space, they're talking about their sisters and their cousins, people that they know. They see these women. So that's all I'm seeing when I go to my family gathering. Excuse me. It's all of my cousins, everybody from 17 to 47. They look exactly alike. Everybody got cheeks out. Everybody got breasts out.
My point is this. That's what the women are doing. Okay, I agree with you, Trey. That's what a lot of our sisters are doing, unwittingly not understanding what the impact. Shout out to Arshawn, the impact of what they're doing. Right?
But they understand that, though. They understand.
No, they really don't.
They do.
They think that they think that one thing is happening, but it's actuality. It's a ripple effect of other things happening on top of what they're trying to accomplish. Like they're trying to accomplish getting the attention and views of the men at the whatever place. But what I'm saying is there's a ripple effect beyond just getting that attention. You're going to create they are validating the fact that yes, most black women, they're just waiting to be assaulted. They just want that. That's what they're looking for. That's why they dress like that, right? When we know logically that's not why they're dressing like that, but in the minds of the men that they're doing this in front of, because a lot of us as men, we are sick. Just because we don't have snot hanging down from our nose, we don't look sick. But there's a lot of most of us as men, because we don't have a connection to God, which is a doctor that could fix us. We don't have that connection. We're not getting our medicine. Right?
I would push back on that, because if you say most men are sick, I would say then, well, how many men are on this panel? 4 of us are sick. If you're saying that, I believe the numbers are a lot lower, maybe 25%.
Brother, if you take God away from me right now, I'll be a walking fool.
But you can't. You can say that, but you don't really know, because if you have any righteousness,
I've been there. I know.
But what I'm saying, okay, so by your natural instinct, you desire a woman, right?
Yes.
Right. So think about it. Most boys, when they turn 13 or 14, when their scrotum sac separate from their body, they desire a female.
I would say earlier than that. Earlier than that.
Okay, so you saying
black men in particular? I would say earlier than that.
Wow, but why? No, it's not just black men; it's men of all races.
No.
We are exposed to that more.
I think that black men as young as 6 and 7 years old, they have a longing for female companionship.
But we exposed to that at a lot earlier age. You don't see no other race of women walking around showing those physical traits that a black woman will do in front of her children. You would go to the mall with your breasts and cheeks hanging out with your child.
Let me interject real quick, because I think both of you guys are hitting on key points. So to what Brother Clarence just said, that longing is not really for female companionship at 5 and 6. it's mainly for the longing that a child has for his mother. Right now, to what Trey was saying, and a little bit to what Brother Clarence was saying, when you factor in the diet that is eaten by the average Black person, and you factor in the diet that's being eaten by just Americans in general, that will cause that hyper puberty acceleration that you're talking about, Brother Clarence. It causes that there are studies in this. So you're starting to see it earlier, but it's normally around the ages of about 10 to 11. So that part there is true. But Trey is right in that fact that when you get to that age of hitting puberty, now there's a desire for having a female, but the thing is, it's not at that point in time truly sexual. That's why a lot of guys are as awkward as all get out when they're dealing with females. It's because they don't know what they don't know. So the question is, how do they wind up knowing what they know? And that becomes exactly to what Trey was saying also, which is, how are you taught the quote unquote, how are you taught what things are being taught to you when you reach that age of being sexually awakened? So all of a sudden, what didn't bother a kid all before, now all of a sudden, like he's saying, now I see cousins and moms and everything else looking all kind of ways, because now it triggers something in me that it didn't trigger before. Now I'm seeing things through a different lens than what I had seen before. And one of the things and to tie this in is very funny, because it is this circular symbiotic relationship thing that's going, because girls overall, even when they get into puberty and like guys and everything else, they just want to grab a guy's attention. That's what they're doing. And they try to, and if a guy accepts what is offered, then other girls will follow behind that in doing the exact same thing. That's why what you said is true, Trey. When you say it, you went to a cookout and they all dressed alike, all the exact same way. Why? Because it in the community, it has been proven that guys will give you attention. Girls, most women, they had studies on this with the one of the worst things that's happening right now in schools and everything else, especially in high schools, is that the kids were having sex more and more and more and more. The guys were getting what they wanted, but the girls only did it to be with the guys. They figured that if this what it took for me to get this guy and to have this popular guy's attention or whatever else, then I'll put out. I will be somebody. But all of the physical intimacy and everything else that comes along with it, even to the point when you start talking about, stuff like orgasms and stuff like that, you have girls that won't know anything about that until further down the line. But yet and still, they've wasted a core piece of who they are just for attention. Whether they got pregnant or not, you still did an act that was against the dynamic of what God created, just for some specific attention, just for some specific mode of acceleration of status. So these things, and we have it. What would have to happen when we start talking about a solution for this, what will have to happen is, again, the heart of the people would have to change. In other words, guys would then to make to have women dress a specific way and act a specific way, the current way cannot be praised. The current way cannot get attention from the guys. But that requires guys to have this new mindset. It requires guys to not praise and give attention to the women who are doing things that are basically what would be considered even into the yesteryears as being whorish or dressing like a hoe or slut, whatever the case may be. They would stop doing it because the guys wouldn't be giving them the attention that they were getting. The guys would have to do it. But the catch-22 is, like Trey was saying, who's going to teach the guys that all this is going, that they can't do this, they shouldn't do this, they should stay away from this, and all these other things, when the main people that they have in charge of their set is women, right? And women who are doing the exact same things as the other women that are on. So if you can teach a young man that lifestyle and to get involved in that lifestyle and deal with those women is detrimental to him, and then show him another way and bring him a part of another area where then they turn around and basically write that off, you would see change after in that point in time. But it's a real tricky situation that we're talking about.
It is tricky because you're asking men to defy nature, to defy the very nature of themselves. I have a 16-year-old son, I have a 13-year-old son, and I have an 11-year-old son. And when my sons get up in the morning, they rock hard. And they know why they rock, and they know why they rock hard in the morning. Oh, what? They come up in the morning, they get up in the morning, they rock hard. Their mama say, baby, hubby, you got to go and look at your, can you please tell them, boy, when they get up in the morning, just to put a robe on or something. When my 16-year-old and my 11-year-old and my 13 get up, they rock hard in the morning. You know why? Because they are young men. They're growing into young men. They're attracted to women. And that is their very nature of a man, to be attracted to a woman. And they're more attracted to a woman who reveals more about herself. That's why shout out to Dr. Nkumbe, who is a forensic, he has a PhD in forensic psychology. And he says that the people that he talks to and sits down with and does this for a living, he said the age group between the ages of 12 and 14, the young ladies, they all averaging about 10 bodies apiece between the ages of 12 and 14. Mm-hmm. So and even if you go into corporate America, we had an HR meeting where the lady asked us in the HR meeting, who is more aggressive in the corporate world today, men or women? And she said, this is not a trick question. Everybody said men. She said, no, it's wrong. For the last 3 years, women have led in sexual harassment and aggression toward men in the workplace.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Blake.
So what I'm saying,
but wait, if you say, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, just real quick. If you say it's in a man's nature to physically desire, could it be in a woman's nature that she desires attention? That she desires to be at the side of a man? Like, so if let's say if both of those these are just by nature, then is a woman not doing what's in her nature too?
Now let me explain that. When it comes to a woman's nature, when it comes to, let's go biblical, because I know you're in the Bible as well. When it comes in the Bible, it says this about women. The elder women should teach women not to be drunken with wine and how to be wives. So when women are born, the elder woman is teaching them, yes, you will be desiring of a man, but I'm going to show you, just like we said about telling the young men, I'm going to show you that the feelings that you're having and the attraction that you have to men is very healthy, because you were created to be with a man and to procreate with a man, but I'm going to show you how to do it, and this is the way you do it. And I think go ahead.
Wait, sorry. Did Naomi teach or talk to Ruth about how she should gather herself or prepare herself for Boaz, and there was no guarantee that Boaz was going to accept her? So when you're saying that the elders, when you're saying, and y'all correct me, listen, I'm just with my interpretation, but that she did that. An elder showed a younger woman how to prepare herself for a woman. Now she would have been laying at Boaz's feet. There was no guarantee Boaz was going to accept her.
Right, but you know what? I think one thing we missed with Boaz and Ruth. Boaz didn't go to get Ruth based on anything sexual. Boaz was attracted to Ruth because of her work ethic.
But no,
Who
what
is
I'm
that
saying
woman?
is Naomi, when Naomi said to prepare to go to Boaz, there was no way that Naomi would have known that Boaz would have accepted her and she would have been there laying at his feet.
Well, keep in mind too. Keep in mind too now. So
Keep me honest.
let's no. You got something going, and what you got going is true. But keep in mind, Black Man Unfiltered. Ruth was beautiful, right? But the thing that took that really brought Boaz over that hump was the fact that what she was doing for Naomi.
Yeah, exactly. That's
what she was doing. With that work ethic. It wasn't like she was just an ugly. It wasn't like she was just an ugly chick doing this. Right?
Exactly.
I mean, she was nice. So, but the deal is, but there's a whole bunch of stuff that's in there, and that's why. But it goes back to what I was saying early on when I first came on, right? And if you look at what that whole setup that was being done, Naomi was helping work behind the scenes to get him to be, and I quote from the scripture, the kinsman redeemer. And this is the point that I'm talking about. Even in what we're talking about, what Black Man Unfiltered said is true, is true. What you have going on in the workplace and in society in general, what's happening there is true. The question is, when we're talking about a solution on how this is going to roll forward, how do you make this change? Right. This is where the mindset on both sides have to change. And that's why and just like I know that, and I'll even ask you the question, BMU. There is discipline required even with your sons. Am I not correct?
That is correct.
You have warned them, and you have set guidelines on the women that if they're interested in, and all of these different things, you have given them guidelines on the type of women they should be looking for, the type of women that
coming from
would be
above.
best for them to be best to pursue. All of these different things. I know I do it with mine, right?
Absolutely.
And I'm giving him stuff on the low end because he's just starting to get into that age group, right? So yeah, exactly. So the question becomes, and that's the deal. It's gonna take men like us to set the mindset of the younger men coming forward. But the trick is in exercise and having them exercise discipline even over their sexual proclivities, right? A man who is not in control of his mind and who is not in control of his body is doomed to fail and fail miserably, right?
But that's why I say what I said. It's going to be important, and that's why I said this. Women must turn their sons over to a righteous man or their father if he is that guy, so he can give them that information and knowledge.
Okay.
I just want to respond to what you said. Yes, a woman counseled a woman in your statement, right?
No, that was BMU's statement, but I agree.
No.
Yes.
Ine said it in her. A woman counseled a woman.
She tried Naomi and Ruth.
Right.
She did.
That's what it's going to have to take. The elder women, and I'm not talking about 65 and over, but those women who have gotten to a place where they say, okay, I can go with or without. at this point, because they may have feel like they missed the mark or just, but that's why it's going to be important for young women to hear those voices and see the behavior of the elder women. That's the importance of it, because us trying to tell women and young women that we don't know is not going to get into their ear as a elder woman telling a younger woman. And what about the time? Can we go back to this time? We don't need to see your breasts. If you desire a man, what about just going up to him and holding hands and grabbing his hand and asking and talking to him? It's not about showing everything, because men, we're different. We always attracted to a body. But then if you show us something outside of just, it's like we're going to desire physical attraction. That's part of our nature. We can't get away from it. That's why we came to talk to you. But we would still find you attractive if you didn't have your breasts out and your butt out. We would still find you attractive. So I think it's, again, the message is going to have to come from the women to the women, and the man is going to have to get the message, to the young man.
Right.
Yeah. The women need the Naomi, and the men need the Nathan.
Yeah. And I think what's going to happen, and I think that's, out of everything that we're talking about, that's the trick, right? And I hate to use that word trick, but that's the tricky part to this, right? If the majority of your women are being the catalyst for how the young women act today, right? And if the older men are being the catalyst for how the young men act today, how do you roll that grenade in there to force that change? What has to happen?
Older men are not the catalyst, because as those men change to that age of reason from a child to that adolescence, they're not getting the information from the man. They might not get information from another man till they down there in their mid-20s going on 30.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I agree with that statement. That's why I'm saying, how do you get it to reverse that course? And I think that's what Brother Clarence was getting at. And that's what I'm saying. That's the piece right there. I'm saying that's the tricky part. Because
if you're a man,
well, all right. So like everyone
able to provide, and you have the time to provide that information, go into the schools. It's 25, 30 young men in every school that you know right now who's needing to hear a man's voice. And you have to have patience and be willing to understand that for 9, 10 years, they've been hearing garbage and eating garbage. You have to be willing to put in at least a school year, 2 or 3 hours a day, because they need to hear that during the space and time where, one, they most attentive and they have the energy, and you have to be able to walk them through it. And you can't approach it like, oh, you should be doing this and you should be doing that. A lot of them don't know what to do, but they talented as hell. And if you can draw that, if you can reach them through their talent, however they express it, it can flick a light bulb switch on, and they'll be able to groom them, and you'll be able to see the change over a course of 2 to 3 years or so. It depends on what grade they are, but they need to have that message consistent for a while and let those young men know that you're not going to leave them. They can always reach out to you, just like a drug addict. They have to be able to know that despite you, like, they move on to the next grade or go to another school, they have to be able to know that they can still contact you just to give them a word, just to help them navigate through other feelings that they may encounter as they get older. It's just that most men won't do it.
And you know what the solution is? The solution is also with me being around young men, coaching them and stuff like that. We got to be real. Some of these boys need to be knocked on their ass. Some of them got to be. Some of them you got to raised by their mama, they picking up feminine traces from their mama, and they come up in there with all that energy, thinking they're gonna whoop the coaches and whoop the mentors, and think they're gonna put their hands on them. And it's countless times that women who are raising these young men are telling men like us, don't touch my son, don't you talk sideways to my son, don't you get on my son. Well, ma'am, you brought him to us to make a difference. We're gonna have to find a way to get to him, and sometimes your son will have to be knocked on his ass. And keep in mind, we had a mama say that and then come back a week later talking about y'all got to do something with him. He choked me out this morning. Everything I do for him, he choked me. He choked me. I'm his mama. And then, so now, mama, we told you last week, your son, we can snatch your son's soul out. And so some of these boys, 6 foot tall, like you just said, they talented, 6 foot tall, 233 pounds, cock solid, big old arms, and you have to really get in the ring with them and knock the shit out of them. For them to understand, hey, listen, you're a young man, you need to get it together, and this is what we need to do. But the young women, they want to take these young girls to prayer meetings and lay hands on them and put chicken grease on them and not really teach them the way of life, how to move, how to do different stuff. Listen, prayer is good, but direction and prayer together is great.
Well,
and they're getting the prayers, but they're not getting the direction.
Well, yeah, well, that's why the scriptures say faith without works is dead. Right.
Exactly.
There has to be.
One more thing. The Bible says that foolishness is bound up in the heart of a child. So these children need direction.
That's true. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Yeah, I just wanted to offer what I thought would be a good solution. And basically, it's not a my solution or a Brother Clarence solution or Brother Ant solution, but it's a God solution. You see what I'm saying? And when we get the solutions from him directly, then we know we're on the right path. We know we're on the right track. A good man's steps are ordered. You see what I'm saying? By the Lord. And the solution to it all, even though you all made some great points, you know, women teach the women, men teach the men. And I mean, some very good points have hit the floor today. But I want you to understand this. See, God speaks to us himself, and that's what we need to be in tune to. He says, if I shut up the heavens that there be no rain, or if I command locusts to devour the land, or if I send pestilence among my people. Now here comes the solution, because you know God can be really terrible if he wants to be, right? But if my people who are called by my name would humble themselves and pray, seek my face and turn from what? Turn from your wicked ways. You know, those ways that you enjoy, you like doing it. You know, just be honest about it. God, I did it and I love doing it, and if possible that I'll do it again. Turn from those wicked ways. And then what? Seek my face. In other words, God says, if you draw nigh unto me, I'll draw nigh unto you. He said, if you would do that, then my ear is not so heavy to where it can't get down to where you are and hear you. But I will hear you and forgive your sin and heal the land. Now, what kind of healing? Well, I mean, mental healing. See what I'm saying? Physical healing, spiritual healing. You see, sexual healing. But that's the solvent. We have to turn back to God and the things of God. Okay.
Vaughn, how do we package that, Vaughn, for the young people today? How do we package that for the babies?
That's what I was going to ask.
Well, the way that we package it is simply tell the truth. Now, whether you're young or you're old, either you're going to reject the truth or you're going to accept it. Now, if you want to go so far as to curtail it, you know, and make a hip hop song out of it, you know, in order to reach the young people with the message, you can take that approach. But the truth is the truth. And once we hear it, young or old, we are responsible. We are held accountable for that truth that we heard.
Vaughn, you know, we're quite sure one thing. Let me tell you something, Vaun, my grandmama said. My grandma said, you know why the devil keep winning? I said, why is that, grandmama? She said, because he changes his dance with the culture of people. She said, but the Christian people, they stay the same, And she said, while we're still doing the old prayers and the hymns, the devil is standing behind Sexy Red doing the dance. And she's absolutely correct. The devil evolves. He evolves. He makes things look better. He changes things. We used to have Lil Kim. Now we got Sexy Red. And after Sexy Red, the devil gonna find him another one to bring to the forefront. But the Christian people, we still doing the same thing. We don't go about things differently. We just stick to the same old stuff. And we're not trying to package it differently.
That's not true.
Here's the
That's
thing,
not true.
That's true. That is absolutely true.
Okay, let
Go
me
ahead,
just say,
Vaughn. Go ahead, Vaughn.
here's the thing. You see, I am the Lord your God. And guess what I don't do? I change not. Do you see what I say? My words and my precepts, my statutes, I'm not changing up on those. Now, whether you want to change and do the stinky leg and get all modern with it, well, then you go ahead and do that. But I am the Lord thy God. And I'm the same yesterday, today, and forevermore.
I'm not saying change.
Wait, hold on.
I'm not saying change God. I'm not saying change God. I'm saying change the way we package it and deliver it.
Let's instill these principles and morals into our young people. They are on their way to a road of disaster. Now, how do we do it? That's a good question that you ask. Let's figure out how to do it. But we've already been given the formula.
Well, the solution is, I told you, a washing of these pastors. We're sitting up in church. I'm telling you, Vaughn, I'll go to church, I'm a video and put it on my show. These babies are sitting in church playing on tablets and their phones, or they sleep. There's nothing in church exciting or to pull the attention of these children. It's not. And these kids have 6-second attention spans. And when Sexy Red say booty hole brown, I know y'all saw the video that went viral where they went to the daycare center, and there was a 6-year-old, 7-year-old girl in there talking about, put your hands on your knees, because those songs are so catchy to them, they remember them and they're so vulgar. But when it comes to God, we're so long-winded. There's nothing that we're giving these babies. They're asleep in church. They're not learning nothing. These preachers are still hooping and jumping off the pulpit. But when after church you ask these kids, what did you learn? They don't know nothing.
And that's why I was about to say a few seconds ago, when you talked about us repackaging stuff. No, what we need to do is we need to live according to how God told us to live, not in traditions, not into foolishness and everything else that's going on and everything else. We have to understand that what we're trying to prepare are soldiers for the cause of Christ and not security guards. We got to understand that. And so until you start to understand that, once you understand that, then you start to prepare your children for the things, with the things of God, right? Not the fact of doing all of this things that's ginning up emotions, right? It's not that you can't have emotions when you're worshiping God, because you can. But the fact of the matter is, if everything is about an emotion and there's nothing that, and the word of God is not being taught, and you should be teaching the word of God on the levels of everybody in the church. You should be teaching it to how the children on the level that they are on, and as they grow, the levels increase, just like everywhere else you go, just like everything else they do, just like every school they go to. Just you pick up. If they can learn a Sexy Red song, they can learn songs that has to deal with the Bible. When we were little, we were singing B-I-B-L-E, and we were singing Jesus, yes, Jesus loved me. So, and kids would be singing at the top of their lungs. But you have to have the things that you have to have the right areas, the right places that are teaching God's word across the board to everyone there, according to the levels that they are. And you ought to be teaching it at home as well, not just at the church, but at your house. Those things should be taught as well.
So, brother, I have a question for you. Did you grow up with two parents?
I did.
So that makes a very familiar situation based off how you were raised. But unfortunately, 80% of our children are born in a single parent home.
Here's the deal.
I
Hold
was
on.
raised in a single parent home.
That was 50 years ago. It was a different mother.
Yeah, and you're right.
That's true, but that goes back. I hear what you're saying. And you are correct about the benefits of a single parent home versus a single parent home. There is a difference. The studies show that there's a difference. I knew guys. I have relatives, single parents, and I have relatives that grew up under two parents. There is a difference. You always like to go. When I was young, we always like to go to the home of one of our cousins who was a single parent because we could do more stuff and be more knuckleheads, right? But we knew that if we went to the home of the two parent, we actually had a better time. You see what I'm saying? So there's differences across the board. There's differences, but the thing is, and this is the tie-in for Vaughn and for BMU a few minutes ago, from what he was saying and everything else, and to Vaughn's point, that's that sticking point with that. We need to take what we say we believe. If you are a child of God, you need to take what you say you believe and tie those things up into your daily life. It should be like breathing. It should be just who you are. And so as you move in that process and you're teaching your kids and you growing and you're answering, and be ready and to answer those hard questions and to deal with that. And even your kids' friends, even the kids, kind of like Trey was saying, in areas like in churches and schools and everything else, everybody else, be willing to be those mentors, to be those pieces, and reach who you can reach that's going to listen to you. As a man, I would center my stuff toward young men. That's what I would do. I would teach them the things that would be pitfalls. I would be a living book of Proverbs for those guys. I really would. But they would also be able to see my life and say, hey, this, that, and the third. And they would be able to then, take them to different areas of areas of town that maybe they weren't used to being in. Introduce them to different things, different foods, different experiences, everything else, stuff that they would not do, to let them know that there's more in life than the block that they live on. And then show them the wonders of what God has done and what he has created. All of these things play into getting the mindset correct. So as they move out into the world in adulthood, they're not completely clueless and they're not completely lost and falling for the confines of the things that the world has designed. This is what's then happened. So you needed it to happen on both ends. I believe it was you, Trey, that even said it, which was, or maybe it was BMU that said it, which was that the women need to be able to teach the women, and the men need to be able to teach the men. And if we can, as men, if we can change the mindset of the young men that's coming behind us, so that they don't give the time of day to the foolishness that the world has already generated with all of this whole culture that they got going on, where it changes the tide and it changes the point where they start going for women that's more respectable. They're moving in a way where they're protecting their seed, they're protecting their legacies, they're protecting their money, their standards, the whole 9 yards. You now begin to generate a new type of man who loves God, who's called according to his purpose, and is moving accordingly. But it can't be just a bunch of words, and it can't be just a bunch of flags flying, and it can't be a bunch of jumping up and down, screaming and yelling and hooping and hollering and all this other foolishness. It has to be for real. It has to be on both sides. You can turn the culture. You can do this if you are willing to do what God has called you to do. If you're willing to sit there and be defeated and say whose fault it is and all of this other stuff, then no, it will continue to be the same, and it can continue to get worse. That's just how it is. But guys, I got a break. I appreciate you guys. Y'all have a great rest of your Sunday. Brother Clarence, shout out to you, my brother.
Shout out to you, brother.
You have a great rest of, and I look forward to seeing you out there on the village streets.
I got to get over and get back over there, man. So, thank you for showing up over here. Appreciate you, man. We always appreciate the village represented over here, man. And this your home, brother. This is, you always have a seat here. So you're welcome to come anytime, man. Even when you correct me like you did. Even when you correct me, we love you, man. We love that. At least I do. I love that.
No, no animosity on my end. I'm just saying.
Okay.
So
good. I know, brother. I know. So,
but you know, BB Wandering Prophet, Trey, nice meeting you, man. BMU.
Appreciate you, bro.
We'll hook it up. We'll hook up, man.
Yeah, I can do this all day.
I'm gonna email you, Doc.
All right, y'all have a great one, guys.
All right, you too, brother. Thank you.
All right, love y'all.
All right, that's Anthony T. Biz, man. And he is a transplant from the village, man. We don't get them all over here. We gonna let Bolo be sitting over here. Right? Get them all over here, right? Him, Lyric, all the rest of them over here. All right, all right, y'all. We got to start wrapping up, man. So let's get some final thoughts, and let's get up out of here. We got a team meeting. Me and my team got a team meeting, man. So we got to get up out of here. So, all right, let's get some closing remarks, man. Let's start with Trey. Trey, what you think, man?
Oh, Brother Clarence, you know, it's always interesting when you have your topics, man. And, you know, I appreciate you that you allow people to speak from their perspective. And, you know, it's not about persuading. You know, a lot of things that you talk about and what I've been hearing in these spaces is a lot of what I've actually worked through. I've spent years, if I gave it a number, I would say 5,000 to 8,000 young men and women from age 6 to age 65. I've actually done groups with men over 40. All of those years, most of them were in Chicago, probably one of the hardest places to do that. I can say for myself, I had a great success rate, about 60% change, and that was especially doing school. Guys, you know, improved in academics. Guys were getting college scholarships. They were getting their paroles dropped. They were getting sentences, you know, vacated. A lot of great things happened because they were willing to do the work once they could trust me. Once they knew that I was speaking authentically and real. A lot of the young ladies' behaviors changed. Relationships with the parents got better. And I think that's one component that, you know, as we talk about solutions, I think it's important also to bring the mothers and the fathers into those spaces separately to show them techniques on how to work with their changing out of their child. You know, and I think it's important because once I realized that I could engage the parent, then I saw a lot of these behaviors increase and improve. So, you know, as long as we continue to have these spaces, you know, and it's not for everybody. It's not for the faint of heart. You have to have some tough skin to go and talk to adolescents today. And I can tell you that one of the trickiest slopes that you can do has nothing to do with what we've been talking about. Is lead with a child who's lost based off religion. You can't do it. They won't listen. But you have to sort of weave it in there after they've been able to accomplish some things, see some things change. Then you can see this right here. This is it's in the Bible. It's already ordained for you. So then they can make a connection. But again, it just takes time. You know, you can't go and say, I told him 15 times. No, you might tell him 30 times. We all been hard-headed. Brother Clarence, you look like you used to be hard-headed back in the day. So, you know, but that's what I'm saying. It takes time. You know, so, you know, it just that I just hope that, you know, our future depends on this stuff right here. So continue the good work, brother BMU. Continue the good work. You know, I rock with you all day, every day. We just got to get to a better place, man. And I'll say this, and I'll continue to say it. Women, it's time to change your uniform. It's time to come on back to that natural look where you can smell better, look better, even taste better to us brothers.
Uh-oh.
Change
Oh my God.
brothers. It's time to just, understand that you are a man, understand your true nature, understand your ability to be as great as you want, but you have to be willing and not afraid to step outside of your comfort zone. And that seems scary at times, but guess what? Your survivor instincts will kick in. And we need to work together from top to bottom, young and old, light skin, dark skin, big and tall, short and fat, whatever it takes. We all got the same big nose, big lips. We all in this thing called America, and America is always going to use what they have to keep us divided. We just have to find a way and continue to work in the capacity that we can move forward because, again, our children's lives depend on this, man. So, again, man, I appreciate this space.
Of course.
We're going to keep doing it out here, man. We ain't going to stop.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. All right, brother. Thank you. Wait, hold on, Black man. That was Brother Trey. Appreciate you, man. And anytime you know that, man, it's your house too. All right, I'm gonna pull you down, Brother Trey. Appreciate you, man. All right, now who is going Black Man Unfiltered?
Yeah. I want to say this, and I know this is not going to be sexy. But that's just, I always like to rock the boat, sometimes turn it over. However, I do say this. There's nowhere in the Bible other than the story of Hosea that we're supposed to redeem and save past whores. But I will say this. I think God is calling us to marry more. I think God is calling men to get it together and marry more women like any, and then use your marriage to help those women raise the children that they've conceived, because they're very good at making babies, but they're not very good at creating morals. And so you marry women like any who will become the face and the mirror of what they need to see, and you can use that marriage, being married to a good woman and being around a good woman, to use that to influence these women that they can have greatness. It'll be shown through her and be shown through the man that you can have this too, but these are the ways that you can get to this. You have to be able to show it instead of saying it all the time. And so I think that I think there's a lot of good. Go ahead, brother.
I agree with you with everything you were saying about Sistine. I agree with you on that. However, you said something that it caught my attention, and I laughed at it so hard. Oh, you said these past whores, right? Past whores. And then what I'm saying to you is, you don't think that the women that have made some mistakes in the past should at least have the opportunity, if they are willing to do the work, to erase that past of theirs from their mental focus. They're willing to do that work and change their focus spiritually. You don't think they deserve to be, at least have the opportunity to be sexually selected by a man looking to get married?
They need two things, Brother Clarence.
Okay.
They need Jesus, and they need therapy. Because when I told my son, if you meet a woman with 7 children, I'm already going to talk him out of that anyway. But if you meet a woman with 7 children and you want to get married to this woman, you have to understand one thing, sir. There's been so many men inside this woman. She served more men than McDonald's have served cheeseburgers. And you're going to marry this woman and have to take on all those characteristics that came with this woman. And if she hadn't got any therapy, those characteristics are going to show up. They're going to come out, and you're going to have to be the husband that stand up, and you got to live your golden years trying to get her therapy, trying to get her to talk to somebody to get those demons out of her, and try to get her to be a good woman. A lot of women want to have love who has been in promiscuous relationships. They want love, but they ain't sat on nobody's couch. God is one thing, but therapy is another one. And if you trust God, you know God wants you to have help. God put the therapist here for a reason. And these women have to sit down and go through why they chose these men, why you chose to sleep with different men and put yourself in different beds to have 7 kids with 7 different men. And if they don't get the help, then God help them. I'm telling my son, stay away from that, because you don't want to live your life trying to figure out the puzzle that is of a woman who chose to sleep around through her 20s and 30s and have so many children.
Well, because see, just the thing, man, there's so many different types of women. I understand that, but we're today, our goal was we were really focusing on the extreme cases, right? We were focusing on the extreme situations, right? Where there was all these children and all these different men and all of this. But
are they extremes though, Brother Clarence?
Yeah, those are extremes. Because the average woman doesn't have 10 women. The average woman doesn't have 7 different children with 10 different men.
She has 3. The average woman has 3 children.
Okay, but the average woman, most of those women have children, all those children by the same man. That's most women.
You said most women got the same. You say most women.
Most women have children by the same man, and for whatever reason, it didn't work out. Now you've got the outliers that have, a lot of different children, but the whole thing is, wait a minute. The way you describe it, like they're making these babies. How are they making these babies? Are they making them alone? I mean, they got a little factory or something. How are they making these babies?
I explained it earlier in the show. I said that these women are choosing. Brother Clarence, I've shared with you on my show. You were on my show one time. I'm not afraid to talk about my own sister. My sister was one of those women. She chose, had head on her shoulders, headed in the right direction. She chose to experiment with a bottom feeder, and that bottom feeder put a seed up in her and destroyed her whole life. She wasn't able to go to college, had to have a baby, had a baby out of wedlock. Then she tried to marry the man, did not marry the man. Then she met another man, had another baby. Now she got 3 kids, which is the average, by 3 different men. I've seen my own sister go through this scenario.
But what I'm trying to say is that there is men putting them children in her, right? There's a man doing that, right?
Yeah, and when I go visit my sister, Brother Clarence, the nigga sitting on the couch with gold teeth in his mouth playing the PlayStation 5. It's the same nigga. She keep picking the same nigga over and over again, the bottom feeders.
Well, why do you think she's doing that? Hello, black man?
Yeah, I'm here, my bad. I don't know what happened. I must have was in a bad area. But I asked my sister one time after the first baby, why are you with these thug dudes with the gold teeth in their mouth and they sit on the couch playing the PlayStation? I said, why don't you go to an art gallery or try to find a man and go to a nice church? She said, I don't deal with boring niggas. Oh, okay. So you don't want to deal with no boring niggas. So with the exciting niggas putting these babies up in you, and now you 3 in, and now you ain't got no husband.
Wait a minute, let me ask you something. Do you think that a lot of the sisters in that position feel the same way?
I think the majority of them do. I think the majority of them want to be there. I think they love toxicity so much, Brother Clarence. They just love it so much that they're willing to deal with it because it gives them good story time with their homegirls. Girl, I've seen girls be excited about getting knocked in the head, Brother Clarence.
Let me ask you a question then. If you feel like that's most women's position, why would you think that a woman would feel that way? What would you think would make them feel that instead of me trying to go for a good man and try to get a good man on my team, why don't I just settle for this type of person who is unproductive and just really making my life more difficult? Why would they do that, in your opinion?
Well, Brother Clarence, let me tell you something. When I grew up, my mom and dad are not divorced. I grew up in a 2-parent home. My mom and dad been married for 41 years, December the 25th. My auntie Sylvia and Patrick, right. My auntie Sylvia and my uncle Patrick, 26 years. My grandmother and grandfather, over 60 plus years. So we didn't see no divorce. We saw love, we saw marriage, and my sister still chose, after seeing all that love and women serving their husbands and fixing plates, my sister still fell by the wayside. After seeing all of that, she still chose to be with these men. And when I ask these questions, my sister don't have an answer. She says that she don't like to be with a boring man that don't want to do nothing. And I'm like, and so being around girls or having girls or being around her friends, these also her friends are saying the same thing, and I call them stupid, but their friends are saying the same thing. Don't nobody want to be with no suit and tie nigga. When I get out of line, I want a nigga to check me.
Okay.
Girl, one time my nigga knocked my head between the washer and dryer because I got smart with him. Girl, I don't get smart with him no more. They enjoy it.
Well, I mean, I know that's your perception, but my see the deeper question is, why would they pursue that? Why would they pursue a situation that would make their life more difficult? And that is because that's not logical. That is not logical. Most of us want a life to be easy, right? Easier. We don't want things to be more difficult. So this has to be, something is wrong where you take a person and they're choosing to make their life more difficult, right? Something has to be wrong there. So I'm trying to find out what's wrong. That's the whole point of the whole live stream we did today, to try to figure out what is going on and is there a way we could correct that? Because
it is.
Okay,
I got the word. The word was, you asked what was wrong and how do we correct it? 2 questions. I have 2 answers. The first question is that they're digmatized. The second question, the second answer, right? You ask why they're choosing. They're being with these men because they choose to have sex with these men first. And let's be honest, some of these men are so good at what they do in the bed. These women don't want to let that go, and so they choose to put up with dumb shit. They choose to get dropped off at work in their own car and let the man go out and have sex with other women while they at work. They choose to be with these men who slap them around because they know later on that man gonna put it down in their bedroom and give them what they want sexually. That's what they want.
I understand.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Here's my point, BMU. My point is, why? Why do they settle for just that? Because there's nothing wrong with being digmatized. There's nothing wrong with that. But it should come with responsibility. It should come with some semblance of character to come with it to solidify the experience. It should come with something to come with it. It shouldn't be just, you just get digmatized and then you just, you spending all your money. And I was just watching another thing, a situation where lady was in the same situation. She had a child from a previous marriage. She divorced her husband, and some dude came on the scene about 10 years younger, and she didn't know he had all these problems. He had swooped her off her feet, and next thing you know, he talked her into deleting his ex-wife because she was trying to get him for some child support. She was trying to get him for more child support. He didn't have a job. He wasn't doing nothing, but she got all sucked in because she didn't check the character with the digmatization. So I'm saying, hey, bro, if we know that digmatization is that's a real thing.
Can I look that up? Is that in the dictionary? I'm going to look that word up. Hold on.
Go look that up.
It ain't in there, John. It ain't in there.
Can you say it for me again?
Yeah, look that word up, digmatization. So look at, but that's a real thing, right?
Wow.
It's a real thing, right? Because some of our women get put there. It's really witchcraft, right? It's really witchcraft. You're getting sex, but not in the spirit of the person, in the spirit of them being motivated by some type of a demonistic desire, right? You're not really getting that person. So, but some of our sisters can't see it, right? They say, even though this man is we can see that he is not productive, but because he has such a power that he is, able to sexually gratify me, more than any other person. Therefore, I'm willing to deal with this stuff. We got to get to the root of why they accept that. Why don't they say, no, even though you may have that kind of power, I can see it's not good because it's not even good for you in your life. So I should be able to turn away from that and look toward. Now, is this something of themselves that they say, I don't deserve a better person? Or is this something that they say, I'm just tired?
Well. Some women, brother Clarence, if we're gonna be honest, let's just be honest, okay? I'm gonna be honest. Some women, brother Clarence, don't look at themselves of having any value, not sexual value, but they look at themselves like there's a lot of women, and could probably attest to this, that the statistics show 4 out of 5 women are morbidly obese. And some of these women, and let's just be honest, and some of these women, that's why you see these tags on social media when people start making fun in January. They say it's tax time. The niggas are coming out looking for the fat girls because they know those girls gonna spend their tax money on them. And that's a real thing. People use it as a joke. That's a real thing. There are men out here
that
who
don't really happen out here. So I hear you though.
We in the South. There's a real thing over here where when tax time comes and women are getting their income tax off all them kids they got by different men, these skinny men who look real nice, who just got out of jail, who real good in the bed, they get with these fat women and dick them down. And when they do that, those women get those checks, and you see those Crown Vics sitting on 24s, and you see those flat screen TVs coming in, and those men just draining them dry. And when they get done with them, they pump and dump them, and they go. That I'm telling you, that happens every year. The income tax penises come out, and so my thing. So oh yes, and so my thing is, a lot of these women they have very low self-esteem because when they look in the mirror, they don't look like the girl on Instagram. They don't look like the girl that's on Facebook.
Wait, what kind of penis, brother? What kind of penis you say?
Income. They got. I call it ITP, income tax penis.
Oh wow! That's y'all. Wow. Now between you and
Vaughn, a lot of homework. Vaughn got to look up a lot of stuff tonight, man. Vaughn got to look it all up.
I need a lexicon or something or anything.
Yeah, you see a whole, and you know what, brother Clay? I'm gonna tell y'all this. Y'all gonna laugh so hard when you go to the mall and you see a lot of dudes with these big old girls that's 200, 300, 400 pounds. You're like, why was he with her? Because it's around January, February when she filing them taxes, and it's gonna take him about a month to dick her down real good and get on her head and make her feel like she in love. He gonna put that tongue on her, that penis on her, and by the time March get here and that check get here, oh baby, what you want? You want them shoes? Oh, you like them rims for your car? Oh my God, girl, he love me, and he gonna get everything he can out of her, and he gonna be gone.
Okay, black man, what is your final thoughts, man? Because this could go on and on. What is your final thoughts?
So I think the solution is, I think what's happened, Brother Clarence, you asked the question, why these women are doing it, is because I think from a biblical standpoint, I think the elderly women who's supposed to be teaching the younger girls, they want to be more like the younger girls. They're competing with them now, and they've taken.
Agreed. Black man.
And so I think that's where we fall short, where they're not teaching young ladies how to be, how to look, what to avoid anymore, because they're competing with them. They're 45-year-old, get the same attention from the same man. And so the solution would be,
that's definitely a component.
Yeah, and the solution should be the women should know their place, know their exit. Baby, you had your 20s. Stop trying to compete with your 20-year-old daughter trying to get the same man she wants. Sit your butt down and tell your daughter why you didn't end up married, why you didn't end up with a man, what things to look forward to, and what things to avoid, and how not to be. And I think that's the reason why we have so many.
Oh man, you know what I think? Black men on filter must be robbing a bank or something, man. Keep going through this tunnel. Right. Keep
oh, y'all. My
hey,
bad.
Black
Can
man
y'all hear
filter, man. Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Listen. I'll say that women have taken trying to same man, 20-year-old daughter, 16, because I saw a video that went viral of a woman got caught in the bed with her daughter's son. With her daughter's husband in the bed sleeping with him. And you stop trying to compete with your children and sit down and teach your children why you didn't end up the way that you ended up, or how you ended up. Tell her how you ended up being a promiscuous. Tell your daughter, teach her, say, baby, don't be like me. Stop trying to compete with them and try to teach them. And that's all I have. That's my final thoughts.
All right, brother. Appreciate you, man. That's Black Man Unfiltered. If you haven't already subscribed to Black Man Unfiltered, man, get on over there and check out Black Man Unfiltered over there, Unfiltered Network over there. Give him a try. Woo! I don't know who's worse, man. Him or Diamond, man. Man, you make me ask for Diamond to come back, man. Whoa.
You know,
Shout out to
listen,
Black Man Unfiltered.
Black Man Unfiltered is hilarious. You know, he's the type of brother that I couldn't take to a funeral with me and sit next to him because he would have me laughing, you know, inappropriately at a funeral.
He's a solid dude, man. He's a solid family guy. You know, he just approaches things differently, man. So that kind of rubs some people the wrong way. You know what I mean? But definitely very solid cat, man. Very solid family dudes. I like family guys. You know, they're very solid. I may not agree with everything, but definitely solid dude. Okay, y'all, let's get up out of here because you know we got a team meeting. So let's do it before any has to go.
Okay, I can go real quick. First, Black women are worthy of being loved. First and foremost.
Of course they are.
I just, I'm just going to pray over every woman that is struggling with something that's causing them to, outwardly express their hurt. And it comes off in a way that, can just really mar their reputation. I pray for the woman. I was listening to Black Man Unfiltered where he was talking about his sister, and I know nothing about his sister and can only take what he says, that she says is her word. I wonder sometimes, like when women say, and I'm sure that I've said it too, but that they want a man that'll like protect them and like that really strong need for protection, or like a woman that says, oh yeah, he can put me in my place and things like that. Like, is that yearning and desire from a man because maybe at some point in your life when you needed somebody to protect you, or you needed somebody to kind of correct you in a way that you knew that you weren't going properly, you needed that. Like you needed that strong, that stern voice, that, uncompromising criticism. And, did you need it before and you didn't get it? So you needed it so much that now you're willing to take it from anywhere, from anybody in any form, as long as you get it. The person that's, maybe wanting to display themselves so much. Did you not feel seen? And now you just want to be seen. And the most extreme part of you not being seen and just maybe you expressing your words, maybe you were trying to talk to somebody, maybe you were trying to express yourself and you kept getting shut down. And because you kept feeling that way, now you feel like, I got to be loud. I got to be loud in my voice. I got to be loud in my tone. I got to be loud in how I express myself, what I wear. I got to reveal myself the most that I can so that somebody can see me. Are you needing to be seen so much that you're willing to go to the extreme that you've been doing it? I don't hold a monopoly on how a person should display their hurt. I don't know. I've been hurt before. I'm sure we've all been hurt. That doesn't mean I'm watering down my hurt or anybody else's hurt, but I'm saying we display and we cover ourselves and we try to protect ourselves from that hurt differently. And the way that I may be trying to protect my hurt may look different from somebody else. It may be just as lethal to my sanity, to my peace. And maybe people can't see every way that I'm trying to protect myself, but they're seeing the way that you are. So not only are you now not feeling protected, but you also now your character and your reputation is going down too. So what I do is I'm praying for you to be still for a second, to be still, actually allow the Holy Spirit to speak with you. Understand that maybe this is the way that's been working, or that you think it's been working, but it's not. It's not. You're still not healed. You need God in this. Sometimes the way that we've been hurt and we're trying to heal from it is bigger than you. There's no way that you can solve it the way that you're doing it. It's not. There's no dance move that's going to fix it. It's just not. I know that there's some people that don't believe in God. I know some people are mad at God. They see the way that, maybe something has been moving in their life and they're mad. Hey, God, why don't you fix this? Why don't you get this thing right? Why am I going to turn my back on you because I feel like you've turned your back on me? He has not. He is not. He's there. There are people there that want to love you in a healthy way. There are people that don't need to see every part of your body to love you. There are some people that, even though it may be challenging or hard for them, or it may be a struggle to take on a woman that has 7 kids, but there is somebody out there that will love you and your 7 kids. It may take a little more work. It may take a little more healing on your part. It may take you saying, you know what, I'm lovable. You are. We are all lovable. We got to figure out who it is that wants to love us.
Yeah.
But don't keep walking down that path of more destruction. Don't keep layering more stuff on more stuff and more stuff for you to have to clean off. Stand still. Just be still. Use your talents, but in a healthy way. Help someone else. But oh my gosh, I love y'all. I love y'all with the love of God. I pray for him always to use me however he can. I don't want any glory in anything that I'm ever saying up here on this panel, at my job, with my family. I don't want any glory for that. If God honors me by using me, I want him to use me. Let him use you. You can be used. Whatever it is that you've been doing in your life, whatever you've been through, you can be used. Read the word. See how much he's used murderers, adulterers, people that were lost, people that stuttered, that didn't know that their voice could be so powerful. So I'm just saying, allow him to use you. I know it hurts. I know you're confused. I know you feel neglected. I know you're hurt. I know you're lonely. He's there. Allow him to show up for you the way he can only show up for you. He can't show up for you like he can show up for me. It doesn't make the way that he showed it for me better than he showed it for you. He got to speak the language that I can hear. He got to speak the language that you can hear. He's going to bring somebody there that's healthy for you. Just like I know he's going to bring somebody healthy for me. So that's what I would say. And also I would say to the people that are observing the behavior of people that are lost, that are hurt, that are seeking love, be patient. Give them grace, y'all. Give them grace. They need it. That's all for me. I'm gonna just drop down to the bottom.
Yeah, don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere, sis.
All right, love y'all.
I love you, sis. All right, well, Sister Annie down, man. Sister got a gift, man.
Yeah.
All right, Vaughn. It's me and you, man. Let's get some final thoughts, man, so we can get out of here.
Yeah, man. Listen, I don't have too much to say, but excellent conversation today. It just reminds me of that scripture that says, "Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren, to dwell together in unity." And that's what I felt today throughout the conversation. There were some little points where we may not have agreed totally, but at the same time, we were respectful enough to hear each other out.
Yeah.
And that makes a good conversation, man. Even when the conversation shifted, and sometimes we all know that a conversation will shift at times, you see. But even in that, it was a smooth transition, as we went into a different type of a place in the conversation. And all of the opinions, everybody that was on the panel was excellent today. God bless everyone that was able to grace this stage today.
Yeah.
A lot was said and a lot went out in the atmosphere, and a lot was learned today in the ears of the listeners.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing, man. So, Brother Clarence, keep doing what you're doing, man. And
thank you, brother. Thank you.
Like I say, you guys, when you guys get to cooking like that, I'm like one of those family members that always shows up when you're cooking something good. Just happen to knock on the door. What you cooking?
Well, I appreciate you, man. Your input is always necessary and needed, brother. So appreciate you coming through. All right, man. Vaughn, I'm gonna drop you down, man. Don't go nowhere. Man. Don't go nowhere. All right, that's my brother Vaughn Bryant, man. Good dude, man. Another solid dude. Solid cat. All right, y'all. What do y'all think about today? What do y'all think about what we talked about today? Are Black women truly unworthy of love? Of course they're worthy of love. Of course. I had to make a I had to make a banner that was so ridiculous that people would look at us and listen and try to get in the conversation, right? Of course, there's no question that Black women are worthy of love. The problem is, do Black men think that they're worthy of love? That's the problem. Our men folk think that, some of us have the attitude like, hey, Black women are making these decisions that are sometimes detrimental to them on their own. And most of the time they're not, man. They have been misled into believing that they're going to get a consequence that they're never going to get, right? You can't have this bad attitude forever and then think good men are going to want to congregate around you. Good men are congregating around you even though you have a bad attitude, because they're focused on your beauty appearance, not necessarily your attitude or your constructiveness or whatever like that. So we have to educate not only the men, but the women too. But my job is not to educate the women. I mean, if they want to listen to what I'm saying, they are not my major demographic. My major demographic is these young men that are out here choosing to impregnate women when they're not ready, so on and so forth, because they're following their sexual urges instead of having self-discipline. And so we have to teach all of this stuff. Plus, we got to teach them how to choose, but how to incorporate the character of a woman, not just the physical characteristics of a woman, not just because she got a big butt or she got a big breast or whatever, right? I told y'all before, man, we as men have been socialized to look for hooks, right? These hooks. Some men like long hair, some men like short hair. So whatever the hook is, right? Them plastic eyelashes that they put in there, whatever the hook is, right? Some men, we are triggered by that hook to move in and try to not move in to have a long-term relationship, good and constructive relationship with somebody, but we are socialized to move in and try to have sex with that person, right? Because they got some hook that we are triggered by, or rather, right? We got to go back and retool all of this stuff. That's why I'm so honored to be working with my team, man, to do the Urban Warrior Academy, where we teach these young men all of this type of stuff, man. And we want to get that information to them as soon as possible. At least the last year of high school, they should be having this classes to understand how to navigate out in the real world. The United States school system throws our young men out there, boom, you 18, off you go. If they're smart enough, most of them are smart enough to get a diploma when they walk out of high school, but some of them aren't, right? Some of them just quit high school, right? They don't see it as having no a real effectiveness for their lives, right? So they quit. They go out there in the street and start hustling, right? Because they want that fast money. To them, fast money is better than waiting and having the patience, right? So everything is against the morality that God has for us to be successful and to promote a good community. Almost everything in this society is against us, right? So we gotta do our part as men. We gotta reach back, man. We gotta reach back. See, that's what we ain't doing, man. We saying, oh man, that's just them, and I'm out for myself, and this is all for me and all for me, right? And but that attitude has our community the laughing stock of the world. We're the laughing stock. We're the place where people try out all kind of wicked and evil things, right? Hey, we're gonna pay you $1,000 to do this test. We're gonna test this new drug on you. Right? They come to the Black community paying people $900, $1,000 to, hey, we're gonna poke you with this, saying, hopefully you'll live. Here, sign all these waivers saying that if you die, that's on you, right? But yeah, so anyway, I don't want to take a long time, man, because we gotta go. So anyway, y'all, check back in with us this week. We might do something this week, or we might wait till Sunday. We'll see what happens, man. I'm feeling a lot better, man. God is really moving in my life. So until then, we will see y'all later. Thank you, everybody. Oh, let me do the rundown real quick. We had a rundown. The chat, because I saw any do the rundown for me over there in the chat, but I'm gonna do it real quick, man. The chat, solid performance from the chat as always. No misunderstanding, no funny situation in the chat as always when you got Reese Neal out there. Solid performance from everybody in the chat, man. All the mods. Who was on the stage today, man? Anthony T. Biz, Trey, BMU, Bolo, Vagoda, Vaughn, and Any. Everybody did excellent, solid performance from everybody. Very solid, very, very solid performance from everybody. Very strong from everybody, man. Everybody came through. So shout out to everybody out there, man. Everybody did a great job. Check us out on the next one. I will see y'all later. Risa, get over here before we gotta we close out the show, man. You gotta come up if you got a minute, Risa. Can you come up on the stage and then I'll close it out. Patrice, if you out there, come on up here. Let me call Patrice right now. I don't see Risa. Okay, Risa, I don't see you checking in. I don't want to close the show out before you have a chance to check in. I think I sent you the link, Risa. So I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna close the show out. Risa can hit that link, and Patrice can hit that link. All right, just close the show out.